as well. All right, we are on the Comic Warriors show. Okay, you saw it too. Just want to make sure. Talking this whole time and it's on mine. But, but hello. You could, if you would like to do the intro there, Wolverine.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, hello. What is up, everyone? Welcome to the first episode of the Comic Warriors podcast. I'm Wolby, and I've been a comic reader for a better part of my life. Probably a couple decades. Hey, the coolest.
All right, the coolest hello.
um, and yeah. Crap, I should have rehearsed this.
No, I mean it's just more because like I was telling you before, what was like your inspiration for even wanting to start this? Because I know you brought me in, and I'm super happy to be here. But I know this goes back for months now.
Jersey, hey.
Jersey, hello, yo, what's up, man?
Yeah.
I appreciate the close.
Just do a quick intro for yourself, and then we can get into like how we started this. And...
Oh, of course, yeah. So as you guys know, well, I know some of you are obviously from our communities. For anyone that's new watching on Crimson Fury, I normally do just all types of indie games on my own channel, but I just like gaming in general. I've been gaming since like, God, 5 years old, I'm gonna say. So it's been just a long time. I read comics growing up somewhat, but for me, joining the podcast with Wolverine, we wanted to show like two sides of the coin there. So for me, it's like me being more new to it. A lot of these will be first time reads for me. So seeing my perspective as a first time reader, not knowing too much. I know some of the characters, of course, going into DC or Marvel, like typical, like, Superman, Wonder Woman, whoever. But even who we will be talking about today, it's someone I never heard of either. So it's going to get me to be consistent, to actually start reading. I do enjoy comics. It's just really, as some of you I'm sure go through when you're so constrained on time, you just don't, you have a hard time fitting that in. And now that it's an official podcast, it's going to get me to do that and also talk about it with a friend where there's going to be so much background story I don't know about. I know Wolvy's more knowledgeable on that end, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of first time reads for him too. So, once he invited me, I was like, oh.
We've got a first time read on our upcoming schedule for the next few episodes for me. So.
Oh, really? Oh, both of them are?
No. Born Again.
Born Again is okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
I know
cool.
the general outline, but I've never actually like sat down and read it myself.
Oh, all right. Oh, see, there you go. So that's cool too. So yeah, no, I was excited to do this. We got together, and when he approached me for the podcast, I've always wanted to do one. And I figured, obviously in my head, it would have been like game reviews or just general upcoming games. When we was talking about comics, that intertwines really well because, of course, we will be talking about that on this channel. Obviously, the main point of it, but more or less how that intertwines with certain other media out there. So I was like, yeah, let's do this. I've been thinking about a podcast for me personally at least 2 years. Like that, I was like, let's just do this. But then it's also when you're so busy with work, and then I have my own stream. It was just a daunting task in my head to finally sit down and do it. So when Wolverine approached me, it's like it's so funny because once he approached me, I think we got this together pretty well and not with too much hassle, honestly.
No, this all went very smoothly.
Yeah, like surprisingly, I was like, I think sometimes it's just that whole thing of getting into your own head of like this is gonna be too much, and it really came together.
Yeah,
but yes,
on my end, like I've been wanting to do some sort of podcast. I didn't really know what necessarily for the better part of since like 2018, which is around when I started streaming. Because like I've always wanted to do like multiple projects and like have multiple things going, but I've never quite taken the initiative to actually do something. And this whole thing just kind of came about when we went to a comic shop in New York City.
Yes. Yes.
And we started because Krim, you had a few ideas of characters that you wanted to get into.
Yes. So no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead because I know that was like the whole thing with the comic shop. Go ahead.
And I've been a big comic reader, and I've also watched a lot of comic YouTube, and so I kind of started guiding him to some well-known runs, some of my favorite runs,
Yes.
some things that I just knew that he would like based on how much I knew you. um, and yeah, I just started just kind of going off on this like tangent.
Well, no, I mean that, and that was good to see,
um,
and that's when I really got to see. I mean, you've always talked about it, so this was like nothing new, but it was just to see him physically in that store. So just we have met a few times already. Um, the last time, the most recent time we met was in New York City, and when we went to that comic shop, like he said, it was just me and my friend Frank, as most of you know, Chito on the channel, my friend Frank, we got to see really like how into it he was. There were even so many random people asking him for opinions as he's looking for it, and I was like, okay, like if I'm gonna do this with anyone, like he's obviously the perfect person to do it with, and not only the book we're getting in today, I bought it that day. Then of course Daredevil and Spider-Man: Web of Shadows, which was a what if, which I think being the coolest. We talked about
Spider Shadow.
Spider Shadow, sorry.
Yeah. Web of Shadows is a video game, which is
Oh,
also very good.
Oh, okay, Spider Shadow. Sorry. So yeah, because we read that. That I actually read on my own time because that was like once I opened that first page, I think I finished it in a day. Like I just like
it's a quick read and it's very.
Oh my god! But it was just also like it didn't feel like a slog, and it was just so good because I think those what if scenarios they have they have the animated series as well that you can watch, and I watched I think almost all the episodes of the coolest. So like when you told me about this one's not in the episodes and this is a what if comic, and I was like I gotta do it. So yeah, and just he's we've been supporting each other for God. I think I met you as early as almost my first or second year of streaming. I've been doing this about 6 years now, so he's been a good friend, modding the channel, me on his channel as well, and he came back recently to streaming too. So yeah, it's just I think we hit it off there, and this is something that we finally are going to get off the ground.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, as we were doing that in the comic shop, it kind of hit me afterwards that like, oh, not only was this something that I had fun doing, but also was something, excuse me, that other people were enjoying listening to us talk about, and I was like, hey, this seems to be kind of what I was looking for. And also comics have been something that's been a big passion of mine for many years. When I was a little kid, I snuck and read issue 1 of Ultimate Spider-Man back in 2001, and uh, from there I became a big Spider-Man fan. Um, and also I grew up with like the shows of like Batman the Animated Series and Justice League and all of those.
Same.
And then as I kept growing, I would like go on to marvel.com and just read all of the character bios and just absorb them all. Then I got really into the Marvel Ultimate Alliance series and got really into those games.
I was going to bring that up because
Which
you have mentioned that just recently too. That's huge for me. I think X-Men Legends Ultimate Alliance was very huge in me finally going into the lore myself.
Yeah, for anyone who's not aware, it's basically just like the entire Marvel universe in a game.
Yeah.
And going like deep into the lore of everything and all of the characters and trivia and just it's fun. It's great. There's rumors that they might be doing a remaster. Now
Of
that
which the first
now
one?
that Microsoft has Activision, of the first 2.
Oh, both of them.
They,
Okay.
they technically did a re-release like a little while ago, but those got delisted after a little while because of I don't know if it was right stuff or if it was just Activision pulling Raven Software for
But just to use
mainly
it.
just doing Call of Duty.
Right.
And so a lot of old Activision titles have been delisted. But now that Microsoft owns them, there's been rumors of like, oh, they might be bringing some of these old games back. So
I'm excited for that. I mean, like,
I would love them to just be available again. Like,
yeah.
I had to buy my copies for $80 for a Steam key for both games.
I think it's also just with like so many games that are out there. Like I've had to do the same thing with Valkyrie Profile, where it was $200, and now that it's available everywhere, it's like 40. So like I think it's we get lucky with the re-releases, but yeah, no, I mean, so that's that was the main purpose of doing that today, and we have I think Wolvie, you said you have more of like an outline of how these will go for future podcasts, like I guess upcoming events first, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Kind of want to start with just like talking about us, a little bit of an update.
Mm.
And then uh and
Thank you,
then
Nicholas. Yes, thank you. He was just talking about the comic side if
okay.
people want to use it. Sorry, go ahead.
And then crap, what was I saying?
No, just no for the outline, because I think that just like how generally these will go. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I lose my train of thought easily.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I interrupted you with that. Sorry.
No, you're okay. Then yeah, after do just an update about us, talk about some like relevant comic media things like movies, shows, games, etc. that are coming out soon or have just come out.
Rivals.
And then after that, we get into what is essentially a book club, which is like we read these comics beforehand. Me coming from like having known these characters for a while, and Krim coming from basically like square one for a lot of these, and then just going in and
like because for me it's just like a baseline, so like I know like again like the basic teams, but even who we're doing today is going to be something that I mean, he interacts with everyone that I know. I just didn't know him himself, so like I was like, oh, okay, like I know all these other people, because but it's just like I didn't know him. So yeah, definitely agree with that on the baseline. And like you said, getting into the meat of it, like once we do the comic updates, which I mean, I'll admit Alfred, that's probably more Wolvie's territory because he keeps track of a lot of the just movies. Games I would know more, but at least with the movies, I think that's more on his end. And then going into the meat of it, just going through more important events. Obviously it wouldn't be page by page or issue by issue, but important events, and then of course giving our final overall thoughts, and then what we'll be doing in the next podcast, which originally we said monthly, which was more me just because I wasn't sure of my schedule, but I think we're trying to move to bi-weekly. So I think that's something we want to stay at.
Yeah, because we got a lot of comics to cover. We got a whole lot to go through.
We sure do.
We've got kind of a list of all over from Marvel, DC, IDW, Indies, like just every aspect of the comic world that I think is cool and interesting, and that I want to show Krim, and a couple that Krim wants to show me because I've never actually read it, even though like I know generalized versions, but I've never actually like sat down and read the thing. So.
Oh yeah, no, I know. That's why I was like, oh, I got something I could show him. I was happy about that. But yeah, so. I don't want. Yes, go ahead and do that because I didn't want. I was about to show the book and I was like, wait, you're doing the upcoming events.
Yeah. The upcoming episodes would be after this. We're doing TMNT: The Last Ronin, which is just an instant classic.
I'm so excited.
I'm very excited for you to give your thoughts on that because that's gonna be very interesting. And then after that, to line up with the release of the show, or kind of, because it will have released by the time we already do our episode. But we're gonna be doing Daredevil: Born Again, which yeah, I haven't actually read. I know the general bullet points, but like, yeah, it's gonna be really interesting.
And then you were talking about the show coming out March 4th, right?
Yeah, and we'll be doing our episode on the 15th. So then people will have been able to see what has come out since then. So.
Yes, exactly, and that's where you can see too, where some of this media will intertwine with some of the comics that we're reading, especially just general overview that's coming up with Daredevil: Born Again, and then of course obviously so many of you play Rivals, and we obviously play it as well, and that's something where on some of those new seasons there might be characters you don't know that we could always look to dive into in future podcasts as well. So there's so much information that we can cover.
We got some big movies coming out this year too. That
yes, actually, if you want to, yes, please do.
I would love to do some comics in line with that.
Oh, okay.
Because they're all very, very promising projects. So I think going into some of the inspirations for those might be a good thing to do.
Right.
We've got Fantastic Four coming up, which I'm very excited for. We got a trailer for that on Tuesday, coming up soon. So I'm very excited for that.
Yes. I mean, I just with me, Fantastic Four and like just the X-Men in general, I'm always so interested in. So whenever that media comes out, we will like immediately send it to me. I'm like, yes, I'm so excited. I was almost, when he sent it to me, even though it literally says in the link you sent me like coming out Tuesday, I just immediately was like, oh, we have to talk about it, and I'm like, oh wait, it's not out yet. So I jumped ahead.
Yeah, you sent me like, oh, I'm going to check that out. And I'm like, it's not out yet.
It's not out yet. I know. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my god, but I got ahead of myself.
We've also got Thunderbolts, which will likely have a Super Bowl trailer. I think they said 2 out of the 3 upcoming Marvel projects are going to have a Super Bowl trailer. And if one of those 3 is coming out on Tuesday, then I'm assuming the other 2 are the Super Bowl trailers, which would be Brave New World and
oh yeah, you did talk to me about the Super Bowl trailers like briefly. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see more specifically from Thunderbolts. I think I'm pretty sold on Brave New World. That looks solid to me. So I think I've stopped watching trailers for that because I don't want to get spoiled for anything.
As someone who doesn't watch sports, is that this weekend or next weekend? When's the Super Bowl? Danny, are you there?
Stopped watching when the Lions got knocked out. So.
Oh, okay. You're like, my team's gone. I'm done. Wait, I'm sure the coolest one now.
I'll watch the Super Bowl, especially for the commercials and such. But
do a quick Google. Yeah, because I actually
being invested once my team got knocked out.
Super Bowl Sunday. What day is that? So the Chiefs versus the Eagles. Oh, February 9th. Okay, so like literally next weekend. So and then so I guess I'll make sure to watch out for the commercials there.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's one thing, even if you're not a sports fan, they at least have some good halftime shows. So.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with this year, it's gonna be Kendrick, so that's gonna be fun.
Hello.
Hey.
That's her mom. For those of you that don't know her, my mom's super supportive. They're actually, because some of you that don't know that with my situation, I moved out from my previous house and basically I moved in with my mom and dad, and we're trying to buy a new house as well together now. So instead of me being separated, I'll be moving with them as a family. And they were so excited for us to do this today. My mom's like, I'm going to watch you. And I think my dad's in the living room watching too. So they were super hyped for us. But no, yeah, that's I definitely want to keep track of that. Yes, there'll be upcoming events on each podcast. Definitely make sure during the Super Bowl to catch. You said Brave New World, and what was the second one? I'm sorry.
Thunderbolts, I'm pretty sure.
And Thunderbolts.
And granted, these aren't confirmed, but trusted sources have said that there's going to be a Thunderbolts and a Brave New World trailer.
Oh, okay. So this is... Well, I think a lot of times for Super Bowl, I mean, all those commercials are usually like out of left field. It's hard to really tell what they'll do, but I trust your source. Yes.
And then also at the Puppy Bowl, of all things, we are going to get a sneak peek at Superman.
So, at the Puppy Bowl?
Yeah,
oh, okay. I didn't even piece that together in my head. Okay, because of crypto. Wow, that's funny as hell. Okay.
Which I'm very excited for. I'm like, I've been hyped for this project for a while. And then the trailer just got me even more hyped. Like, I need more. I need to see it all, please.
Oh my god, that's funny as hell.
I need this movie releasing tomorrow.
Yeah, like this, all of that just within like the next month, 2 months, even with March 4th coming out.
We're gonna have a lot to talk about in the next episode.
Oh my god, yes, yes. And then especially with I mean, just with TMNT alone, but of course whatever's coming out with Super Bowl next, yeah, we're gonna have to be covering all of that in March 1st. So that'll be a very interesting upcoming events because I'm excited to see these trailers now. And again, the whole reason why I even want to join, why we're here. I mean, this not hopefully everyone in the chat gets just as excited as we are. We will be posting this on YouTube as well, so if this is something where you couldn't make it, or of course you can't sit for the whole podcast, you could always rewatch this on our YouTube channel, which is also at the bottom in our About Me section at the bottom of the stream there. So you'll see our separate links, but then also the YouTube archive.
Yeah.
Yes. So, do we want to jump in?
Real quick, I wanted to lay out
Yes.
kind of the rules for the chat, just in case anyone didn't read them, or maybe watching later on and you want to jump in at some point. Just be respectful to everyone. You can debate as long as it's respectful.
Yeah. Right.
Also, try to keep discussions on topic because it's very easy to just get derailed. That's more for us.
Right.
For us to be like,
that's probably more for me and you.
Yeah.
But again, I understand the rule. Yeah.
And kind of the biggest one is no spoilers for things we haven't covered yet. Because there's going to be, like, the thing about doing a comic podcast, there's going to be people who are reading week to week or month to month who come in and are like, oh, have you seen the newest issue of X or whatever? And it's like, no, because that's not quite how we're doing this. Because we're not reading week to week or month to month. I mean, I am on some things, but like that's just not what our channel structure is. So
yes, I agree. And I think also just for me too, it's just something where as we're doing the podcast, especially that like let's say today with what we're starting with today, that even if you have read this and you don't want to mention something that happened at the end of the book when we're talking about the beginning, like things like that, because there are whether you're watching on YouTube or you're watching live right now, it's something where you may not even be reading it at all. Maybe you're listening to us just to get our opinion on it, and you're not reading it yourself, and this is your first time hearing it just from us. So it's definitely something where we don't want to jump around too much for people that may not have the physical copy and they just want to hear it from here, from this source. So it's just being respectful of just literally just like when we do our games, just don't spoil it basically.
Yeah. and so the way I had a sentence and that was gone.
That was actually funny though. Good recovery. I love it.
And there it goes. Okay. Bye.
No, I mean, look, we did the upcoming events. I think we're gonna have so much more to talk about, like you said on March 1st. We did, we just want to go over some of the rules. Of course, there are 2 commands that I added to the channel here. So if you just want to see more of our own separate channels, you can do !! links there. It'll give a link for mine and Wolvie's separate Twitch channels. Thank you. And then of course, even though Wolvie put the about section, he put what we are doing today, and we said at the beginning of stream. You can also do ! About, and that will come up as well if that's something you just want to see a general overview of what we're doing for each podcast. And then, of course, our schedule is below. Actually, I may even do a schedule command. I like to do commands even though we have panels. Sometimes people just can't see them, or if they're on mobile, it's not the easiest thing to see panels. So I'll add a schedule command as well. But like we said, Mr. Merkel today, TMNT Last Run in March 1st, and then March 15th, Daredevil Born Again. And that's... and then we'll be trying to have those shows, at least 3 shows ahead of time. So by March 15th, we'll try to have the next few shows up for you.
Yeah. Also... on a technical side here, sorry if my lighting is really weird. My ring light's starting to go out, so I need to get a new one.
Right, in the middle of reading, you're
like
just gonna be like
and
darkness.
It's getting bright, and it's getting dim, and it's like, okay, I need a new one of these. All right, because I've had basically the same one since 2018.
You're just gonna blend in darkness, full villain mode.
Yeah.
You just gotta give you red eyes for like a dark side thing or something. There you go. You could be a cosplay.
Let me see if I can just already crank this down a couple notches, because I did feel a little washed out there. But I think that's.
You look great on the stream. I mean, I'm looking at you here, and you look great, honestly. So I don't think you have. I mean, personally, I don't see any issue with the lighting, but.
After.
But I know what you mean. Like it might get a little darker.
But yeah. So, do we want to jump into the book?
Yes.
Or, like, I think we covered
So
all of our topics.
I could do a whole could do a whole I could do a whole Vanna White thing and be like, just like hello, because you want to do the introduction, right?
So one thing I'm interested in finding out is you have the deluxe edition. I don't.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So I'm wondering if there's anything that's in there that I didn't have.
Oh, is it possibly different?
Possibly. I do love your cover though. Like literally the.
Look at that! Oh my god, with the chain.
Like,
I mean,
the colors are so good. Like this is pretty good. Like
well, like he like literally like superhero. I love the way he looks. I think here it's just showing more like. I mean, the themes in this book were going more into the psychological aspect of what that was talking about. Yeah, I think this covers more psychologically how he's feeling, and then there's like his Mr. Miracle TV version. But we'll get into that. Okay, so I mean, we can.
So, how much did you know going into this book?
Oh, Mr. Miracle, absolutely nothing. So like this was something where, because there are some characters where I'll even hear him passing, but when we were in that comic shop, I have never even heard of him. Like this was like who, and then I wasn't even sure if he had. As I'm reading, I'm literally googling like, does he have powers? Like, because I was like, is he just a person that that just happens to? Because there are some heroes like that. They're just they don the costume, but it's not really having like mutant or superpowers. They just help people. So I wasn't sure about that. So I was like, does he have actual abilities? Which we'll get into, but yeah. So that was my only thing, like googling certain things. Of course, certain characters he ran into because I know generally about DC and. Furies and such like that, but not I don't know each of them by name, and I think depending on the iteration you read, there's like different versions of these Furies. So like I definitely had to Google certain characters. Not only not Mr. Miracle, but just going into where they come from. The gods knew nothing about that. Like of course, I am a huge fan of Darkseid, so knew about him and more or less with Apocalypse and some of his generals. But anything with like going into and the book starts with that, so that this is literally we're already talking about the beginning of the book here with just New Genesis and Apocalypse and nothing. I knew nothing about the good side. I didn't even know there was like a heaven type of thing. Like I was like oh okay, like I knew about Apocalypse. Like so I was like oh okay, it's good to see like a general overview and like because I'm a huge fan of anything that goes into Darkseid. I love him. Even in Injustice, I used to play him all the time. I just think for me, and of course this could always be a hot take as well. Everyone will have different opinions, but there's just such a when I think of a villain, it's just this it's a feeling, right? I always used to, and the coolest that's in the chat now, I always used to make this joke that so a lot of like mafia shows I don't really watch because I think a lot of them are very like. They come in, they start screaming, they're waving the gun around, and I used to tell the coolest, I'm like, that's not true power. True power is someone that, when they come in, it's their presence, right? Like, even when they enter the room, like, you're scared of them. Like, it's a very overwhelming presence, and to me, that's Darkseid. Darkseid, I mean, doesn't even say a word many times. That he's the epitome of it. To me, he's the epitome of that. Like, even, like, I don't even, it could be a whole other podcast for Darkseid versus Thanos, so I don't want to get anyone heated, because there's a whole Reddit on that, of, like, who would win. But it's just that, it's just that for me, he just doesn't even say a word. That is like, I mean, if I ever were to see him in person, I think I would just like die from fear. Like it's just so perfect. His build, his sheer size, the eyes, everything is just to me like I just was obsessed with him.
Jumping ahead a bit, there's one panel in this book where it's building up to this panel the entire time, and it's like almost at the beginning of Act 3, and it is the most beautifully detailed Darkseid I have ever seen.
Yeah. And if we're talking about fear, that was
terrifying.
I know exactly which panel you're referring to. When we get there, I mean, you have the physical. Actually, it would be interesting when we get there, if you want to put your panel on mine. Maybe our panels are different. It's possible. So that, because I'm pretty sure I know the panel you're talking about. Hopefully it's the same as yours. But, yeah, my God, basically one of his first entrances, which we'll get to, which I'm pretty sure that's the part you're talking about.
Yeah.
Where they, because for a book that's
it's a full page splash of just like chest up Darkseid.
Yes, chest up. That's it.
Full darkness. And it's
that was like, And even what he
Oh
says
my
there,
god.
I mean, the man
The
of
art
few
in this
words,
book is
but
beautiful.
oh,
Like
100%. I want to mention the I keep saying animation. That's not right because that's for like an actual TV or movie. But just
yeah,
I would just art style
just
in
the
general,
artwork.
right? Artwork.
The
Okay,
artwork.
artwork. There we go. Artwork. Because I kept even in my notes I kept writing the word animation. I'm like, wait, that's not right because it's not like moving. but
But that now that is something I do want to get into though because well I'll get into that in a minute.
right,
Yeah.
right. Oh no, I mean, yeah, I mean basically what you asked me now is the beginning of the book here, so you guys could see the cover. Of course, I'll just put that up again here, and it really does open. You know, I was just talking to Olivia about this only a little bit, but he stopped me because we want to save it for the podcast. but you know, Mr. Miracle, it literally starts with his origins. So that's what was great too. Is that like this is not a book where you know you recommended to me and it was just like okay he's just in the thick of it. It actually started with the origins, which was great as a new reader for me to know about him. So I was like, oh okay, like this is good to see.
And like even me as like a comic reader, like I was not very much aware of Mr. Miracle. I had
Okay.
seen him in a couple times in animation. In like Batman the Brave and the Bold, he showed up.
Oh, did he? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I gotta see
yeah.
that.
He was I think one he was one of those like cold open uh team ups like before the actual episode starts because
Right.
they always had like the cold open team up and then like the actual team up in the episode.
Oh, okay,
So
that's
I'd
interesting.
seen him there, and then I'd seen Barda and the Furies in like Justice League
Yes, that's how I knew them too.
when they showed
Yes.
up, and then obviously Darkseid and Apocalypse. I main Darkseid's everywhere, so obviously I knew about him, but like
Dark Side is.
Darkseid is. But the generals I mainly knew from like Superman the animated series, or also Justice League when they showed up. But overall, I didn't know much about like the new gods themselves. Oh, also Orion when he showed up in Justice League. But
So
like,
I had heard about him more in passing, and I've seen a lot of Justice League, but it's just yeah, it's so funny again, like knowing the Furies and Darkseid, and somewhat with Orion, I didn't know much about. I knew Barda.
mm,
It's like literally like knowing everyone around him but him, and I'm like, how have I never heard him when I know all these characters that are surrounding him? So maybe they just kept it really well, or because I don't in the original Justice League and even any spin-offs of it, I don't remember ever meeting him until you said maybe he's in Batman, you know, the Bold and the Brave, but even other Batmans, like I just never he's never shown up. So maybe they just
yeah,
decided recently to just kind of like throw him into some of the animations, which again is
like
great.
he very rarely shows up.
Okay,
Like,
yeah,
and like it's not necessarily like also I think he might have been in Justice League Action, but I didn't really watch that, so I don't know. But
yeah. Like when I was googling him, he's been in a few.
nothing against it, but
Right, right. Not preferred.
it was just airing when I wasn't watching TV. So
Right, right. So yeah, so no, that's you know just more or less my background of him. So I appreciated showing the origins. Oh, and then of course going into we skipped over a little introduction of just so I know, and maybe you can introduce this a little bit better, but I know with Jack Kirby being the originator, this is 1963, I believe, and this originally came out, and of course this
New
current
Gods, the New Gods were essentially Jack Kirby's baby as soon as he left Marvel.
one. Right, right.
Because Jack Kirby created a lot of the Marvel like cosmic universe.
Yes. Which I actually wrote that down here.
He had a lot of hang-ups about how Marvel was run and some of the higher ups within them.
Right.
Which we will definitely get into in a moment.
Right. And I actually wrote that down here that because Mr. Miracle does open with our Funky Flashman, which you'll be seeing a lot of him, and honestly, he is hilarious. It makes you like just get into the book because I will say as you read this, for anyone who plans to purchase it, you're going to be going through all the emotions. It's so many funny points, touching emotional points, dark points, you know, and I guess even like a slight trigger warning just for the podcast because there will be even some of the openings which we'll talk about that happens very early on what he does to himself.
Yeah,
but
one of the things I have written down is talking about just that opening, which is just
that's first topic on mine too, because I was like, okay, this is gonna be a pretty hot button issue here. But of course, yes. So Jack Kirby is. Sorry, I just want to make sure nobody make fun of me on the podcast. But writer or illustrator? Both.
Both.
Both. Okay, because I know. Okay.
He did a lot of the. He did mostly illustration, but he would do a lot of writing.
Okay.
And then Stan Lee would kind of pitch the comic books, and he became the face of it, while Jack Kirby was the one doing a lot of the work.
Right. And that's why Funky Flashman's there.
And Funky Flashman is a direct parody of Stan Lee. And specifically how Stan Lee was in the 70s, 60s, the early days when he was just everywhere.
I mean, he's in literally every movie up until his passing. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so and that's how it opens. So it gives you not only the nice origin and opening with Funky Flashman, just because not only what I like here is that it just breaks that fourth wall because he is a narrator, but also legitly with them in the in these conversations.
And his narration style is how Stan would narrate the comic books.
Oh,
so,
okay.
The whole time you're supposed to be hearing that voice every time he does his bombastic narrations.
Oh, I was hearing that the whole time as I'm reading it. How will Mr. Miracle escape this? I was reading it in that voice.
There's so many Spider-Man books that are exactly that.
Oh, very true. Oh my God, I didn't think about that because I read more Daredevil comics. Okay, yeah, I'm sure Daredevil did some of that too. But Spider-Man, I would assume that the most because I could see that with Spider-Man. I mean, even the old animated series when we grew up had those type of intros. So yeah, sorry, go ahead.
One thing I wanted to get into before we actually start diving into the book itself is talking about the author, who this is written by Tom King, who is slightly controversial.
Okay.
So the reason he's controversial is because he used to be a CIA agent. And he's very much very government centric.
Yeah.
So that bleeds into some of his books.
Okay, because I was gonna say I was CIA agent turned comic writer.
Yeah, it's an odd career path.
It's a very interesting career. Yeah, that's a very interesting career path. Okay, I mean, whatever.
It bleeds into some of his books. He talks about 9/11 a lot. He didn't in this, but he does in other books. I
can see.
He just wrote the most recent run of Wonder Woman that ended up getting kind of some backlash because even though she was fighting against the American government, there was still a lot of heavy government imagery and such.
Not the corporate overlay.
I don't know. It was a weird one. And also, he's writing a Jenny Sparks book that isn't very good and is kind of sending some weird messaging. But overall, he is considered a good writer.
Okay.
Despite people's hang-ups with him. And this and his Visions series, where Vision from Marvel essentially creates a family for himself. And it ends up being a big basis for a lot of what WandaVision was based on.
I was going to say WandaVision,
yeah. So that book and this book are considered his best works. And some of the best comics of all time.
I could agree with it. With Mr. Murray. I mean, fully agreed on that. No, thank you for going into that because I knew you knew more, at least with the author and illustrator. And the illustrator, what was his full name again? I'm sorry.
Mitch Gerads.
Mitch Gerads. Okay. So then, yeah.
I don't know a ton about him, but he does great artwork. So I'm happy.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, I just did doing a little Google search myself with Jack Kirby. Of course, when we talk about you said Mitch Gerads and then Tom King, that's just this current run, but of course originally this came out in 1963 with Jack Kirby and Stan Lee. So But Jack Kirby, like, I just was Googling him about certain DC and Marvel iterations. So, of course, the Fantastic Four, which I was like, I've been watching Fantastic Four this whole time, and they're one of my favorite. And I just, again, I was telling Wolvie, I'm so bad with, like, and I'm doing much more of it on streaming. Yeah, I'm like, I need to know these people's names more, like, knowing a lot more voice actors and illustrators and writers. So, yeah, Fantastic Four, New Gods, Green Arrow. So, that's just to name a few. I just, like, wrote a few down here. But, I mean, basically, both of these universes, that's why you see... Now it makes a lot more sense even to me of seeing, like, you know, a certain character in DC, they have, like, that character in Marvel, just like their counterpart, kind of. So, yeah. So you see that
and,
a lot.
Like, there were a lot of times where, like, some of the heads of Marvel and DC, mainly Stan and, I forget who was running DC at the time. But they would have lunch and essentially be like, oh, my character's doing this week. Oh, well, my character's doing this week. And they would get ideas off of each other.
Oh, so that's good. So then it's really like, okay, see, but then that makes it more of a collaboration type of thing. Well, depending how they... I guess Jack Kirby didn't always see it that way. But.
And that's why there's a lot of, like, mirror image characters. Because, like, yeah, they were just kind of bouncing ideas off of each other. And
yes.
Like, and for, like, pitches and stuff. And then it became what it is.
No, of course. So, yeah, no, thank you for going over with the writers, illustrators, because that is something where now I'm, like, really trying to follow them and, like, actually making notes for myself of, like, okay, let me see some of their other works in case that's something we could also even talk about in a future podcast as well. So, yeah, no, I mean, right, we're starting with the two fathers here, Jack Kirby and Stan Lee, basically.
Basically, yeah.
The father of comics, and at least for Marvel and DC. But yeah, so you know, even going into it, literally this is the start of the book. Like, first page, as soon as you open it really is going to the origins. And as me as a first time reader, I appreciated that just because I knew nothing about him, and really just knowing generally with, you know, they start with they put it more in a TV setting. So I was mentioning this the other day to someone, but yeah, that's what I love. You're gonna see this throughout the entire run, or at least with this comic here, of just showing it as if you're watching it through the eyes of a TV show. Like, you're literally just watching them on TV. Like, this is just some episode that you're watching. And if you ever forget, you'll just randomly see in the panels when they show, like, a TV static, like it's starting to ripple. So then
it does, like, a slight bubble effect, and it's got,
yes.
like, the
I loved
the
it.
CRT lines.
Yes. And I was like, because there were times when you're just so into it and you're getting so into each of the characters' friendships, relationships, enemies, like, you forget, and then it's like, oh, like, I'm still looking through the lens of, like, watching on TV.
And one thing that you had brought up earlier that I want to touch on now is just how immediately the visual storytelling gets translated into the other senses. Because, like, you can immediately hear what it sounds like. You can immediately see it in motion. And, like the way Mitch Gerads does this artwork is so interesting.
You just feel it. I agree.
Everything is so visceral.
And perfect word, visceral. Yes.
Thank you. And, like, from the beginning, every single thing you can see it, you can hear it. It is playing out in front of you. It's not like you're just reading something. It is. It's a beautiful, like, the way they manage to translate this visual art style is absolutely masterwork. Like, there's a reason this won the Eisner for Best Writer and Best Artist.
Yeah, I think even I'm not sure if it's right. I know. Yeah, my cover says Eisner Award. Yeah, Best Writer, Best Artist. Entertainment Weekly put by far the best comic on the stand. So it was good to start with this, and then it also gives me, again, as a newer reader, after reading something like this, where for me that I might start to think this is how it normally is, and then when I see something that isn't as good, I'll be able to compare. But so it actually is good to start off with, like, one of the best. So yeah, so that starts out with that opening again, watching the TV ripple effects, making sure. I mean, even though it starts out with this funky flashback introduction, like, you know, this is the origin. Literally, it starts out with saying this is the origins of Mr. Miracle and how he started when he was a baby, all the way to where he is now. So basically, just going to. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, sorry. You keep going.
No, yeah, I was just gonna go into basically how this opening chapter is. So this opening showing his origins of being on New Genesis and Apocalypse, and they're in literally 100 years war. So, like, no exaggeration.
And and also like another thing that feeding into like the TV and like media aspect of it is the fact that they are using the 9 panel grid, which is a very specific thing in comics.
Oh, okay. See,
And
that is something I didn't even know.
for anyone who's not aware, let me pull it up. I'll just pull up the first page where like
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
talking about this. Essentially, it is this like broken up into 9 panels
Oh, okay.
per page, and these first ones are a bit more bubbly and they're more 6 panels. But like when you
Right.
get later on in the book, uh, the whole thing is broken
No, it's 9. Yeah.
into these 9
I
panel
didn't,
frames.
I didn't realize that because
Um,
it shows it here, but then I'm like, oh yeah, it's 6 panels in the beginning because this is what we're talking about now, but it is 9 panels later. Okay.
yeah.
See, I didn't pick that
Um,
up.
and uh, so the 9 panel frame was mainly used around like the 80s. Um, and or was more like heavily used then. It's supposed to be constrictive. It's supposed to be very uh, like very clean and organized. It was used in books like Watchmen. Um,
Oh, Watchmen. Oh god, I forgot about that.
it was used in The Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller, and that's kind of the imagery it's supposed to be evoking. Which is like this very constrictive, very clean, very this is what's going on in front of you. But also they end up what Gerads does with this 9 panel grid is he starts to break the rules of it, which is very fun to watch because like when Darkseid shows up later, he's taking up multiple panels.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Um,
there's multiple pages that does that too,
there's
where it's like, oh, it's
there's
one
somewhere
picture.
like yeah, there's somewhere like at one point Mr. Miracle was talking with Big Barda, and it
Mm.
literally goes like bleeds the panels together.
Yeah, I noticed that
Um,
too.
there's somewhere the panels are actually bleeding off of the page, which like you normally with comics like there's that border along every side
Yes.
of like just blank space. There's panels that are bleeding into that all over the place. Like he breaks the rules so much in this. Excuse me. That it's fascinating to watch, and
Mm.
also it makes it go from like, oh, this is normal, this is structured, to oh, something's wrong. Like it throws your brain off because it's like these rigid things are now being broken.
Oh, there was a few panels where I didn't realize they were even bleeding. Then I'm like, I had to go back and I was like, wait, this next panel doesn't make sense. I'm like, oh, these 3 panels are actually one long one.
Mhm.
And then because there's one part we'll get to, when I guess it was showing like the leg being repaired, and I was like, oh wait, that's the whole page. I was like, it was showing it in sections, but it does throw you off a bit, and you're like, oh, and when I like how the illustrator is just being very pointed with those, because it's obviously not happening throughout the entire book. It's like we're just certain things that are really trying to have you zone in. So like there is a reasoning for. I mean, at least that's the way I viewed it. Like that there was a reasoning for those because
Yeah,
it's not every
and
page. Yeah.
it's supposed to throw you off because it's supposed to be like, oh, you're used to reading things this way, and now things are different. Things are wrong.
Yeah.
It's and that is it has plot relevance, but we'll get there.
Yes. So yeah. So basically, in that Origins, it shows with the new gods on New Genesis, and then of course we have the gods on Apocalypse as well. So Darkseid and the High Father. Darkseid being, I mean, some of you may have heard of him, but of course he is basically the leader of Apocalypse, the head. You could consider it more like hell if you want to view it in that type of way. So even in the book, I believe one or two people actually call him being the devil because they just consider it a hell.
It's basically heaven and hell. Like
Yes,
it's
and then
very
yes, and then also showing New Genesis, then with the High Father considering like a heaven versus hell, because the book does go into the tones of being like what is good, what is evil, and where that line blurs there. So this book just opens up more with the direct connection with Mr. Miracle himself as a baby, Um, Basically, to end this 100-year war, they exchange their babies as a peace treaty. So Darkseid gives up his son, Highfather gives up his own son, which is Mr. Miracle, and taken by Granny Goodness, because any new child in Apocalypse is goes straight with Granny. Was if any of you know her, that's not a good thing. We'll get into that, and then of course the Highfather raised Orion. So, and we'll get into Orion a bit more later, since it focuses more on Mr. Miracle at the moment. And basically being taken by Granny Goodness means that you're thrown into the X Pit. You're being tortured pretty much your entire life to be basically for unwavering loyalty to Darkseid. So that is what happens. However, and this is all in the beginning with the origins here, so we're not skipping too much ahead. He just is constantly trying to escape. And it's funny because when you're in hell and you're being tortured and literally hearing the screams of the damned, there's one panel later we'll get to where they actually try to, it actually made me laugh when they're hearing the screams of the damned.
Yeah,
but
I have that
you know that what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because I thought that was funny when it was, we'll get to that. It was a funny moment, trust me. I know it sounds weird saying that we're laughing at that, but it's supposed to be a funny moment. But yeah, so, hearing the screams of the damned and he never gave up. There's a ladder to escape the X Pit, and basically this is where Granny takes Barda, all her children that have been there, that have been raised into Furies.
Yeah, we also get a bit of an origin for Barda as well, where she's one of
one of the leads
who is sent to stop people from escaping.
Yeah, and falls in love. Yeah, so Barda is one of the main 4 Furies. However, there is a ladder in front of the X Pit, where basically the ladder's there. You can escape, but of course, in true Granny Goodness fashion, it's to taunt you. It's to put it in front of your face where it's so close yet so far, and again, just more mental manipulation, because no one actually ever escapes. Barda stops him each and every time, and I guess at one of the times where he finally does get out, she falls in love with him, and of course it's just, going through shared trauma, I guess is the best way to put it, because it's mentioned multiple times throughout the series that you'll see here, with how they really connect because of that trauma that Granny put them through, and why she fell in love with him, and that Orion didn't go through that. So it's just he actually does escape, which surprisingly, and she ends up defecting from the Furies to become his wife. So they're together. Okay, yes, I did skip over that. They escape together. So becomes his wife, and that is mainly the origins of Mr. Miracle. And it opens up with this nice origins, new god, the new Genesis versus Apocalypse, and then it goes straight into this first panel.
It's this like bombastic, Stan Lee-esque narration through the whole thing, showing them and like what is the line that leads into this? Because
it makes it look like almost like a happy ending. He escaped and he married Barda, and like it made it go into that direction.
It's like it's like this big over the top, like almost cartoonish thing, and then straight into you turn the page and he's bleeding out in the bathroom floor because he slit his wrists.
Yeah, and then it kind of goes, I think the only thing we did skip over a bit, which is also, I think right before it gets to that, it does show how he became Mr. Miracle. So he did leave and marry Barda, but then he does meet the actual Mr. Miracle with Oberyn, which is basically like, I consider him like an agent. I mean, that's what he sounds like. He books his shows for him.
He's just like mechanic, basically.
He fixed it. Okay, yeah, because he's like creating the traps for him, I believe. So Mr. Miracle basically, which he didn't change. I mean, even when he donned the Mr. Miracle costume, same
the original
type of thing.
Mr. Miracle was a escape artist who was very famous, and then once he died, he gave the suit to Scott.
Yes.
Who, his name Scott Free is because another taunt by Granny, saying that what was it, like he would get away scot-free.
Yeah, because like that's why it was more, again, just to mentally mess with him, that he's always trying to get away scot-free. So that is his actual name that he just kept as scot-free.
He just kept it. And
and he dons the suit. The original Mr. Miracle was murdered. They show it very quickly because it's just like really like supposed to be like a TV show opening intro by Stanley here. So like our Jack Flashman.
It's very like 80s Saturday morning cartoon.
Like... Even with like the murders, just like okay, because it's like a quick panel of like, oh, okay, I guess that happened. And he just dons the costume. They don't really get into it, nothing, and yeah, and then he's Mr. Miracle, and that's how he makes his money. Which I love when some shows do
he's
that.
Like a celebrity.
He is a celebrity, and there's very few superhero shows that do that, but that is something just to touch on a bit that I do like when superhero origin shows do that, where it's like, you know, a lot of the stuff that they do, even though it's so grand and they have superpowers and they have all these like friends like Justice League or whoever, it's like they do that just because they don't get paid for it. So I love that they Mr. Miracle does this, but there are a few other not a lot of TV shows touch upon it for whatever reason. But I like seeing when they're living their actual life. Like he's like, they're not paying me for the hero stuff. I need to do these shows to make money and pay my rent. Like so, like yeah. I love seeing that because it makes them more human and it makes it more like relatable. You know, it's not just all super and everything's fine and dandy. You know, so it's good to show that. And then of course, and I'll let you talk about that part, Wolfie.
Also, we have the first instance of Darkseid is, which is
yes.
It's just Darkseid is period. Like it's a sentence. It's a statement.
It's a statement.
And it's not really explained what that means.
Right.
But it appears very often throughout the book, and is a very important part of it. But like it like the whole Funky Flashman narration ends with that, and then it goes into
which you can talk about there. Oh, do you want me to do
turn
that?
The page, and he's tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
What was your what was
my
your reaction?
So
to that?
Honestly, I had to really stare at the page for a second, just because even though it takes up both full pages if you have it wide open.
It's a 2-page splash.
Yeah, 2-page. Oh, okay, that's what that was. 2-page splash. So yeah, it takes getting like full like page to page there before we even turn to the next page, like 2-page splash, like he said. And usually when things like that happen, it's shocking. But then I always have to stare at it because I'm like, okay, like I'm trying to think maybe the why or like what exactly happened, because you have this intro, and of course it's very like what we said, very 80s, a little, I would say bubbly, I guess is probably the right word for that in the beginning. Then bam, it's like suicide. It's just like, or at first, I mean, I'm looking at the pages of like, okay, maybe someone shot him, and then you can actually see the razor in his hand and things like that, and
you see where the blood's coming from,
and then you see where the blood's coming from, and I think sometimes that shock factor, you're like, okay, I need to stare at this for a second and really see what exactly happened. So you'll see how it gets dark so quickly.
Yeah, and then we're suddenly just in this like frantic series of panels of like him being rushed to the hospital, Barda in the waiting room crying, like
she's freaking out.
Yeah,
it was heavy.
It's such a gut punch to start, like, and it sets the tone of this book beautifully, I think, because the main themes of this book are trauma, the lingering effects of it, depression, and how it impacts his life as like trying to be this like celebrity, and then going into like it's
no, I know. It's just because I thought the same thing too. Where now normally when these things happen, if for those of you that don't read as often, if you're not playing, even in video games, it tends to happen this way too. When a big scene like that happens, it's normally not the opening. That's why something like this was such a shock factor and setting the tone, because normally there would be a story leading up to that point. That's just like the normal sequence of things. So it's always good to see when a writer is just throwing that out of whack, because that's what keeps you on your toes as a reader. So as soon as I'm seeing that, I'm like, this origin story just happened. Like, what? So I'm just like, okay, like I know who he is and what happened to him.
Origin, and now here's the story.
I know, and even though there's a good shock factor too, when you reading that origin, it's kind of like, okay, you know that there's the trauma there. So maybe as a first-time reader, I'm just assuming that, because all I have to go off is the origin. That's all I read so far. So for me, it's like, okay, maybe it's just I mean, that could just be from years of trauma, what they go through on Apocalypse. I mean, I'm sure there are comics that may go into more of how she tortures them. This lightly touches it, but I mean, even what they say there, and just when they're reminiscing about it between him and Barda, it's intense, and like, of course, that trauma just stays with you. So I assumed it was something from that, especially that they went with self-harm, like it wasn't someone that shot him or anything. So that, and that's what I have to go off of. And then showing Barda, I wasn't sure how they were going to show her because as we go along, just a general overview, of course, defecting from the Furies. A lot of times in many of these superhero comics, and we see it a lot of times. No offense to any Spider-Man fans, I'm sure you all love Peter, Mary Jane, but Mary Jane just tends to be like, the wife that's there, and it's just like I wasn't sure how they were going to do Barda, and it's good to see that they're like almost on equal footing in this book, and where that goes to. So that's why at first I was like, okay, I see her crying in the hospital, but I thought it was going to honestly be like a quick thing of her just taking care of him, and then they were going to do the typical trope of kind of brushing her off to the side and like focusing on Mr. Miracle. But this book is really a Mr. Miracle Barda like collaboration, honestly. Like, this is not just him. There's so much of them together, and literally it is the whole reason of the book from beginning to end. So
yeah, and like they both strengthen each other. Like,
yes, 100%. And
like
yeah,
I love their relationship.
Me too. I mean, you can't.
You see the
everything.
highs and lows of it.
Yeah, you see both of it, and I think, and there is no one without the other. I mean, you could just see like really, no matter what highs and lows there are, that is what a marriage should be. Like just having that connection with someone, and that you're there for them no matter what and what they've gone through together. So, and that's where a lot of the funny moments come in because for those of you that are in relationships or married, so you can imagine some of those things too, because you'll see some of those funny moments where it does take a lighter turn. So I don't want to skip around too much. I'm pretty sure this is still more in the beginning, but
yeah.
I believe it's also when he is he's looking for new traps. So Mr. Miracle, I mean, I guess it's a power. Maybe you know a bit more about that, Wolvie, but just him being able to actually escape anything.
There's a scene before that.
Because I think because I was gonna get into where like he's talking to Oberon, but are you talking about a scene before that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please.
There's the introduction of
Oh,
Orion.
yes, they did, yes.
Shows up in their living room. And while Scott's recovering, and he's got like bandages on his arms and everything, and like...
Yep. Because he just came out of the hospital. And
so Orion just commands him to stand in front of him.
Yep.
And he just starts beating on him.
And every time he's like, stand back up.
Yeah, and every time he replies, standing.
Yep.
Like, and then
kind of like military.
He just gets beaten back down again. Like, and it's so this is obviously like a thing that happens, but I didn't quite understand it.
I can tell you my take on that. Okay. So I mean, go ahead, please.
Oh, no, you go.
No, I was just going to say, like, more or less my take on it. So, just because I know from, I guess, the standpoint of looking at it from, like, mental fortitude, I think it's something more of, like, where Orion's very conspicuous in this book, as we'll see going along, because it's just, like, you kind of hate him, and then you're like, okay, he does actually kind of care. Like, it's a little tough. We'll see as we go along, because I think that was a bit of a harsher interpretation for me. But I think, to me, when I took that scene when he came, and it's, like, right out of the hospital... It's like, it's kind of like, I took it as like, how dare you try to do that to yourself type of thing. Like, you've gone through so many things and nothing can beat you down like that. Why would you even try to take your life type of thing? So when he was hitting him and he was like, stand again, it was like, you can do this. Like, you're going to get back up and you're going to get through it. That's how I took it. Even though, like, so, and especially that they just introduced him. Now, later on, I didn't think that because of how he is later on. But I think in this beginning thing, it was more like, kind of like to show him, like, why would you even think of doing something like that? And that, showing that anger of, like, what the fuck is wrong with you type of thing. And that, like, like, so, like, he doing that to teach him a lesson in a way, but also, like, showing something in, like, mental fortitude. And that's just the way I took it. Maybe it wasn't that. But it's just at that time that's what
I can see it,
because that is his brother, regardless of, even though Scott says multiple times that he's not, but it's just that that is something where they share that.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. And I was just saying that they do share that together. So no, go ahead.
And like Orion's always kind of been a dick in like
Always, yeah. I could
everything,
tell. I could tell.
but he's even more so here to a noticeable degree. And I think
Okay.
that's the first hint that something might be off. Um and uh yeah, he's just we'll get into it more later as he keeps doing things, but
Yeah,
like
because that one issue. Yeah, we'll definitely get into
he's
Orion.
ruthless in this.
Yeah. And that's the thing, I don't know him from other media, so I wasn't sure. That's why when he first comes, I'm like, okay, like, some of these guys are just generally pissed off. Like, so, like, I didn't think much of it until later on, where I was like, okay, like, I don't think he's always like this, and something seems more to the extreme end. Um, because even when they explain Orion, when they, when they're first exchanged as babies, they show a little excerpt of them growing up when they're, like, still, like, kind of young boys, teenagers. And since he was taken by Highfather, even though he is Darkseid's son, he did grow up, basically with the silver spoon. And I think Barda and Mr. Miracle even throw that in his face at some point that he didn't go through Granny Goodness's training. So, like, that, and how he's spoiled. Actually, but that is the part when he's in the living room punching him. Barda's like, you didn't go through shit. Like, she literally just says that to him. She's like, you don't have the right to tell us. So, like, which is understandable. They have the shared trauma. Orion doesn't know what that trauma is. So, but it could have been a whole new set of trauma. I mean, again, the heaven and hell, nothing's always clear. There is no black and white. God knows how Highfather was to him. So, like, there could have been something else. But it's just that he clearly comes in so angry like that. And I took it as more maybe a brother caring for another brother, because in the origin story, in that previous panels, they looked like they actually kind of got along. So, like, I don't know what happened to change that. Maybe it's just, you go, as adults, you grow apart, whatever that was. And I took it as more him trying to show him, like, why would you even try to do that? Now, of course, they kind of, and Funky Flashman spins it, and I think he kind of agrees to it. I'm still not 100% clear even after finishing reading it if that was maybe a little bit half and half of what he was trying to do, because that he literally escapes any trap, and that it's supposed to be the whole thing of him is actually escaping death, and the whole self-harm and how they spun it. And I was like, oh, that's actually a really interesting take on that, because that he could literally escape any trap. And then that's when we go into what I was talking about with Oberon, which I'm glad you backtracked, because that scene with Orion is important. So, and then
and also that is the first time that we start getting hints at there is definitely something wrong, because right after that, Scott looks at Barda and goes, "Your eyes are a different color."
Yes,
and she's like,
that.
What are you talking about?
And even like towards the end of the book, even when I finished reading, I still didn't fully understand that. I was like, why would that have changed?
There's an explanation.
Oh, there is. See, I don't know. When we get there, I would be excited to know. I don't know.
It's not in the book, but it is.
Okay. Because I was like, I mean, there could have been something where reality. I mean, we have these guys that could change reality.
So a lot of this book is left up to interpretation, but there is an explanation. So.
Okay. No, we'll definitely get, because that's. I'm glad you brought that up, because even to the end, I was like, oh, they'll eventually explain it. And then I finished the book, and I'm like, what? So that part I didn't know. So I'm actually excited to hear that. But so yeah,
which then leads into this Oberon scene.
Right. And then in the Oberon scene, this is more where, again, Mr. Miracle, this is what he does for a living. He is an escape artist. And because he literally can't escape anything, especially escaping the X-Pit, it is part of,
he's like Houdini.
Yeah, but it's almost like a power for him, because I don't think he's not like fully human. And I think he literally can't escape any trap.
Well, so his powers are just apocalyptic tech.
Yeah, because when he uses the discs and stuff. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So really, he is just doing Houdini stuff, and.
So he is. Okay, see, that's what I'm glad you explained that right now, because even I was a little bit thrown off of like, okay, is this like an ability for him where he's always gonna escape, or like this is just something? Okay, he has tech for it. Okay,
like that's part of why he's such a celebrity, is because he does these like Houdini tricks for people.
Right.
And like these insane escapes.
And so again, for anyone that when we were just saying the origins of Mr. Miracle, when he met the original, he was murdered, and he met Oberon, which was kind of like, you could think his mechanic / agent. He was always with him, best friend.
As he's the guy who makes the trap.
Yeah, he's making his trap. Yeah, he's making his traps and tags. So, there comes this scene, which when you really feel for him, it actually got me like, I mean, I didn't get emotional, but just feeling like where the mental state is going, and again, so early on in the book where this is going, and it's just like, he's trying to think of a trap he can't escape from, because he's, when you're a celebrity of this magnitude, you always have to top your previous stunt. So He's trying to think of it. He can't. He's like, is there anything that I truly can't
brings in,
escape?
like, these, is it
The gloves.
Thanagarian?
Yeah. It
Like,
was a weird name, like these gloves or something. But like that, he's like, this is an Oberon technically. Oberon technically brings it in and he puts it on and he's like, this is nothing. I'm gonna get out. Of course, he gets out of it in like 30 seconds.
I'm trying to see what the.
Let me see here because they show.
Yeah, Thanagarian prison guard. So Thanagar is like Hawk Girl. It's the Hawk people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, because when he put on those gloves, I remember seeing that in like Justice League. I was like, why do those look familiar? Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, and see, I even just opening the book to look for the Oberon scene. I just found the scene. It opened right up to where Orion, I guess, was punching him, and Barda literally says, "What the hell are you doing?" He goes, "I'm teaching him." So then I guess that's how I just took it, even before he said that, where I was like, okay, maybe it's just more of like, the hell are you doing? Like, why would you try to end your life? But yeah. So yeah, with Oberon here, just it's a little sad because it's just
When Scott starts opening up and being
yeah. I think it was like it just made me feel so bad for him. And I was like, oh, and then because you feel for Barda too. It's like I think a lot of people they don't really think about the person that's trying to help the person going through the trauma, especially when you're in a relationship. A lot of people just tend to focus on the person that has something wrong with them, but it's also what mentally the person is going through that is your wife or husband or whoever. And as he's talking to Oberon, he takes it off and then he literally goes to Barda as if it was nothing, and that telling her about it.
Studio.
Yeah, and she's like, "Who are you talking to?" Oh yeah, because he says he goes, "Oh, Barda's here. I have to go." Yeah, he did say that.
And she's like, "I don't like you being alone in the studio."
Yeah,
so he
is alone.
He just tried to kill himself.
Well, that too, but then like actually pointing out that he's alone, and then you're like, oh, and then like
and it's like, Scott, who are you talking to? Oberon. Yeah. You know he. Like,
and the thing, it's just so sad, and it was gut wrenching for me only because like, it would not have been as gut wrenching if like she walked in and then when she goes, "Who are you talking to?" he would have played it off, like he would have been like, "Oh, no one," because there are some like TV shows and comics that maybe they know they're kind of going a little insane, and they're talking to this dead person, but they kind of like when someone tries to call them out on it, they kind of brush it off or they lie about it. But here, he fully goes into it as if he was actually there, and that made me like that hit harder because it's like oh man, like his mental state's really declining. So then her going through it, and she's even in bed almost crying for him, and she's like stop, I don't want to hear it, and he passed away like last month, and like he's not there, so it just hits so hard. I mean,
I think it's from lung cancer, I think it was. Yes,
it was lung cancer, and it's just like now you have the self-harm going into where he's mentally declining, because I mean, when you really think about it, having there's no actual friends in Apocalypse. Granny just kind of mentally manipulated into thinking that was his mom and that she cared about him, and when the way I look at it is like Oberon was really his only friend. I mean, Barda, a friend, yes, but like more wife. It's just like having a friend outside of her, like that was it. I mean, Mr. Miracle dies, he dons the costume, and this person is the only person he really truly connects with. So and they show later on the panels.
They're both just so broken.
Yeah.
Like they need each other.
Yeah, I mean, she just holds him, and like there's multiple scenes of him showing like a meltdown or not a meltdown, more like a breakdown. And then also just how he reacts to Oberon even later on. Like for me, I thought that was gonna be a quick one off in the beginning, that like okay, he went a little crazy with Oberon, they're gonna move on from that, and they do come back to it later on of like him crying about it again. So it's just so much of that emotion that goes back and forth, but also his attitude towards it, his general attitude of like I don't give a fuck, like that's how Mr. Miracle is. It just makes you laugh, but then you also feel bad for him, so you're just going through all these emotions because he can be a really funny character. Yeah. And then Barda just kind of
he's very charismatic.
Oh yeah, like he's like I literally don't care what happens. Like, it's just funny.
So it immediately goes into, or if you had any more to say about that.
No. I just I have my notes here of like we talked about Funky Flash being the caricature of Stan Lee. Oh, and then I I wrote a little fun. Some of my notes are just funny notes where I was looking at the mother box kind of like a Siri because like the way it talks to them and like it just creates the boom tube and all that.
It can do anything basically. So he's just like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say if you want to touch a bit more on that because with the mother box, like I know the boom tubes. I used to see them in Justice League. That's how Darkseid enters into Earth. But I just like. It seems like at first I was like, okay, maybe it's just a Siri, but it actually is fully sentient because it talks like a person.
Yeah. It's got a fully sentient AI, and it can basically it's like a magic box. You just tell it to do something, and it'll probably do it.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of the funniest scenes with the mother box, it's more minor, but it made me laugh out loud because they were just getting so annoyed. I mean, those of you that live in Cali, I've heard about this on SNL, on Mad TV, now even in this comic because I've never lived in Cali. I don't think I've ever I've never been to Cali. And they always talk about how horrible the highway system is there. And they mention it in this book multiple times. And there's even one point where Barda asks the mother box, what would happen if I teleported from Earth to Earth, like just to the same point? Like, you know, not because usually the boom tubes are only supposed to be used to going to different planets and universes.
Yeah, they're like, how long would it take to go here? 73 minutes. What if we just boom tube there? Well, you would destroy part of Earth.
Yeah, they're like, so you would like, yeah, she's like, you would tear the fabric of space, time, and reality, and they're like, okay, yeah, let's just take the 73 minutes. It was just like it's funny scenes like that that actually stood in my head because it was so funny with this mother box. I mean, there's multiple other scenes.
Also, as this keeps going,
yes,
the dark side keeps getting more and more.
I mean,
prevalent to the point where it is literally every other panel.
I was about to say, I was like, every other panel, yep. And that's so early on, too.
And Scott gets a call on his mother box from Orion basically saying that Highfather has been murdered and the war has begun.
Yep. And something, a big thing that we actually did forget to mention is just because I know we're trying to summarize, but the whole purpose of any of these wars that Darkseid does is that he wants the anti-life equation. So, you know, when he's exchanged...
If he gets that, he is in full control of everything.
Yeah, like, I mean, the Highfather literally explains to Scott that he would just be able to change reality, like, just straight up. And he could make it his own reality.
There's been multiple times in continuity that Darkseid has gotten the anti-life equation and has done insane things with it. Like...
Yeah, I mean that I would be excited to read those.
In fact, he just did one recently where he, like, in his pursuit to get the anti-life equation, he created an entire alternate universe, out of like creation, and like the concept of creation. And it's now the absolute DC universe where absolute Batman, absolute Superman, absolute Wonder Woman, and they have a bunch other books coming very soon. But it's very new, and it changes the origins for the characters.
Because he's changing their
It's a new take on all of them, and it's very interesting.
God.
It's been really good so far. Like,
I mean,
all
actually,
the books are firing on all cylinders.
I have my list. I have my list on possible future topics. Adding that.
Yeah, we're getting there at some point.
So you said the comics are called like absolute.
Yeah,
like
just
absolute,
the absolute DC line. Yeah.
Absolute DC line. Okay, let me put that there just so I don't forget that. Well, I mean, I love Darkseid to death, so we read anything on that, I'm all in it. Yeah,
he's not, like, he created the universe, but then once that happens, he's kind of out of it. Then it's just like the new universe living.
Right. I mean, I think even here, because it's so much of like the dark side is, and expecting to see more of him again, it's just like it's how. I mean, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure there might be a. The giant single page of dark side. I'm sure that there's a Marvel character that could be more on that level, but it's just like for me, again, it's just how in this entire book you honestly don't even encounter much with the actual dark side until. He's only like in a few things. Like it's really just, but technically the whole book is about him. Yeah, but technically the whole book is about him. It's just that like, again, it's just that power. It's that presence that you just feel like he's always I mean, I took it at first because they don't explain it until later. The dark side is like him always watching, and that that every scene has to do with him, which technically that's where they were kind of going with that. But it's still like that the presence is always there, and as a reader, they make sure you don't forget about it. Because like you said, even at one point, a whole page, and the other point, every other panel, it's just like beating into you. You make sure that you remember that
more and more frequent as it keeps going.
And then you're like, oh god, like, and as it gets more frequent, it actually was getting me nervous as a reader because I'm like, okay, if it's getting more frequent, then he's gonna appear soon. Something's gonna happen because like as it starts to amp up what the dark side is, I'm like, oh god, a revelation is about to come through. And I think that's when they're sleeping. Hopefully I'm not skipping anything because I was making some notes here. I think this is when Metron comes to them, and that's the warning that comes. So Metron again. I looked up. I'm not even gonna pretend I knew about him. I googled him. I didn't know who that was, but and his Mobius share apparently.
That comes soon, but after another scene.
Okay, so no, we'll go ahead into that previous scene. I don't think I have that written down here.
That scene is where Scott and Barda. First of all, they open up the boom tube, and Scott's going like, "I don't know if I can do this."
He doesn't want to go back.
He's kind of having a bit of a breakdown, and Barda smacks him and knocks him down, and goes, "Stand," and he replies, "Standing."
And she does the same thing, yep.
Mm-hmm. And then she says, "Now come," and Darkseid awaits. And they go to Apocalypse, and we see a parademon eating something.
Yeah, see, I didn't know what that was when they got there. I was like, did he kill them already? And I was like, oh, that's someone else. I remember that page too. Yeah, literally the first thing that's seen of Apocalypse is like, just like flesh in this parademon's mouth. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, and like blood everywhere, and like every like it goes from like this very bright, vibrant color scheme to suddenly just very red.
I felt that too. Like it's like this red darkness. Yeah. I mean, literally like hellfire, but I think even more like blood, I would say.
And so Highfather Orion is now commanding Scott as his general to go from place to place to place to place and murder every parademon there in this war that has just broken out.
Right.
And
because Orion demands it. Yes, Orion demands that.
Yeah, he goes there and he takes down the parademons. Then immediately it's like, all right, thank you, General. The Crownfall Forest now approach from the north. And he's like, yes, Orion, the Crownfall Forest approach from the north. 4 New Genesis. And then it's like 4 New Genesis, 4 New Genesis, 4 New Genesis, to the point where it ends with him just screaming with his face coated in parademon blood. Just 4 New Genesis.
Because they just like whatever Orion's telling him, he's just like, yes, sir. He's just doing it. He's just following orders. And it's just like, and and there's just multiple pages of him just absolutely destroying them wherever he needs them. But I think they towards the end of that they actually showed the reason, because I think all those times he's never with Barda. They're always separated if I remember. Yeah, and then I think Orion explains why that happens, or like that was on purpose, I believe.
Yeah, just I think it's mostly just because they're both very capable fighters.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
He has them going at different fronts.
Yes, okay, he did say that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm confusing that. You're right. That was just them being on different fronts just to cover more area. But getting into the point of, like... Because I guess they come to this conclusion together, but then it's like that, that he didn't want them going after Granny because of what she did. And then they were trying to avoid that. But then I think that's when... Because, actually, when I think about it, just finishing the book, how early that happens with just the interactions with Granny Goodness. Especially that you would think that would be, like such a all-time revenge plot for them. You know what I mean? They grew up, they escaped, they married each other, and now go after Granny. And you would think that would be more like something towards the end. And it's actually a very early on topic.
It's like barely even a fraction of the way into the book.
Yeah. It's like a quarter of the way in, and you're like, oh, that's happening already. Okay.
And then, so there's this like little funny sequence where they're trying to figure out what the showers how they work to wash off the parademon blood, and they're like, I think this is how it works.
Yeah. She's like, it says it's on.
The mother box.
The mother box is like, the shower's on, and then he just goes lays in the bed, and I guess clean. I mean they don't really show
the
like,
blood
they show
is off of him.
yeah, like they show naked bodies, but they don't really show like any private parts or anything. But it's just like
it's very tasteful nudity.
Yeah, I actually that's the best way to put it, because even when they show any type of sex scenes or anything, it was very tasteful. Well, I guess you could, with whatever your imagination goes in one of those scenes, on each sides of the bed. But other than that, yeah,
still
it was
very
just
artistic.
Oh, still 100%. But like, yeah, he's laying on the bed and she goes in and she's like, did you actually clean yourself? He's like, it said it's on. I don't know. So it's
like the blood's
just
gone.
funny.
So,
I guess it's good for them. I think one of the funny things they may mention it later on, but I think one of the ways to clean themselves, didn't they go into like some lake fire lake, I think it's called, and that's how they clean themselves. Like, it's insane.
yeah.
But yeah, just to show you how, Apocalypse is literally hell.
Then there's the scene of them actually going to the throne of Orion.
Yes, and meeting him. Meeting with him there. Oh, I hate
just
that
how
scene.
Disheveled he is.
Yeah, I mean, with Orion, you mean, or Mr. Miracle? Okay.
Both of them.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like Mr. Miracle looks disheveled, like his hair is a mess. He's starting to grow a beard, and Orion just looks like he's spent hours every single day just going.
Yeah, because you see he has that scowl a lot. Like, that's just that big frown. He's just unhappy.
Just permanent.
It's permanent. And I also think too, because
like his whole face is just sunken.
Yeah, and something I think I'm not sure if we said it earlier, but he is the new High Father. So previous High Father that he spoke to earlier has been killed, and Orion took that over. And I think that's that's probably just the pressure from Orion. Then he's throwing Mr. Miracle everywhere, so they're just unhappy. I mean, they've been fighting literally constantly for God knows how long. And now what we said, they're meeting him. And
then we meet one of the most obnoxious characters in the whole book, which is Light Ray.
Some of the funniest moments in this book are with Barda and Light Ray. I will tell you, like, the amount of times that Barda just says "shut the fuck up, Light Ray" is hilarious. Like, I just the way she just shuts him down and like treats him like the gum beneath her shoe is hilarious. Like, oh my god, she does not want to ever. She doesn't like him talking. She doesn't even want to hear him.
An asshole.
Yeah. It just was so funny. Oh my god, Barda has me dying. Like, I just can't.
It's so good.
And I think I don't want to skip too much ahead because I think it's almost right after. Is it right after they meet him with the scene with Forager? Before I say anything.
That's even further.
Leader of the bug people or whatever. But okay, we'll get into that.
So after this is the Metron scene.
Okay, where I was talking about. Okay.
Yeah, but so literally the only words that Orion says to them until like he addresses them as General Free and General Barda. Yes. And then he's just silent. And after everything that is said, he just looks to Light Ray. and Light Ray's like, "Oh, well, it's customary to kneel before the High Father."
That's where I was just cringing earlier. That scene made me want to punch Orion so hard. God, I couldn't even I can't tell you.
And they're still and he only barely cracks a smile as soon as they kneel. And it's
I know, so
I hate Orion in this.
Yes.
Very purposeful.
Yes, and how good that was that you could see. So again, this is where when there's really good artwork and illustration, because like in an animation it's just easier for a viewer to see, but in an artwork where you could literally see how much Mr. Miracle's like trying to cringe, and Bart almost has to pull him down, and she's like, just do it, and like he doesn't want to kneel, and even me reading the book, I was like, at that point and earlier I was like, okay, he tried to hurt himself. I think Orion was trying to teach him a lesson. I understood the standing thing, but like once it came to that point, I was like, ooh, I can't stand him. I was like, because this whole
he's so hateable.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I just normally don't like people like that in general, so manipulative, very like holier than thou, even though I guess technically in this context he is literally God. But like even so, like, come on, dude. I was like, you're not even gonna talk to them? Someone who's well, I guess they don't consider each other brothers, but close enough. You're gonna make him do that, especially after he just went to God knows how many battlefields over how many months, like to fight for you without questioning a single word. He just did it. And he made him do that. So I think leading up to that pissed me off. Oh my god. Yes, but then I think you said right after that is when he finally talks with them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it cuts to Scott and Barda in bed, and
yes.
suddenly a portal opens up in front of them, and Metron, who sits in the Mobius chair, which gives him the knowledge of everything.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Okay. I knew he could travel through space and time at the moment, because I did a quick Google. I didn't go into like so deep in his backstory, but
like literally when Batman sat in the Mobius chair at one point, he became the god of knowledge.
Oh, was that the animation where Darkseid took him over, and he was like in this chair? Is that the Mobius chair? And he was like red. He changed his whole costume. Darkseid like literally like had him at one point in a chair floating around.
I don't know what.
Okay. So maybe I'll look it up because I just didn't know what that chair was, but it seemed like he was able to do anything in this chair when he had Batman sitting in it. But
maybe.
Oh, okay. I'll have to look that up. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I got excited.
That is a gap in my knowledge. But yeah, no, this chair basically, like, you can ask it anything, it'll know it. When Batman sits in it, he asks who the Joker is. And it's not revealed for a while what the answer was, but whatever it was had shocked him.
Batman's never shocked.
The answer ended up being very stupid. So.
Oh, is that why he was shocked? Because it was dumb?
There was 3 of them.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. That might be another tangent, but we definitely will get into
That's a long one there.
Yeah, we'll definitely get into some Batman media later, because, I mean, I would love to read more about Batman as well. Might actually get me to play... I gotta play the Arkham Knight games, just reminding me, but... yeah, so, interesting. Yeah, okay, no, thank you for some of the background on the Mobius share, because I just knew he could travel through space and time, so I'm like, okay, he's in their head. Like, I didn't think much of it. And because it was a boom tube, did he actually appear, or was that literally in their dreams?
He has portals through the Mobius chair, so he doesn't have to use the boom tubes.
Oh, yeah, it looked like a boom tube portal, but I guess he just
portals into their room.
Okay, I thought he literally dreamt him, so he was actually like there in their room.
Yeah, no, he was there.
Oh, okay, yeah, because Barda actually says like, what the hell are you doing here, Metron?
Yeah, he's like, do you not understand, Scot-Free? You are not to know the face of God. And
that was a big one for me, because I was like, okay, if he's telling him this, is a big warning coming up, and this face of God will be pretty much throughout this entire run here. So, and
my favorite dynamic of this entire book is these crazy, wild, insane things will happen, and Scott and Barda are just like, "Hey, Barda, huh? Barda, Metron's here. Oh, tell him it's late. We have to be up so early."
Like, yeah,
well, there's this
he's just in their room,
just going,
you are not to know the face of God. He's like literally screaming it at this point. They do not care. They're like, we're sleeping. Leave us alone. I think that's where the funny points come up, where it's not just Mr. Miracle. Like, Barda reflects a lot of his personality as well. Probably to even more of an extreme than him, because there are points where you'll see Scott care, and she's still like, get away from me. So you'll see some contrasts. Yeah, no, that was a Metron there.
Also, I just like their physical dynamic, where like she is this massive, muscular like tank, and he is this small, scrawny guy.
Oh, yeah. Like, she literally, they say big. The girl is like, what, 12, 13 feet tall? Probably, I don't know, God knows. Yeah, she is literally a giant. And it's so funny that I think they didn't mention it in the book, but I think when I Googled her real quick, because I think for each person I just wanted like a quick background for myself as a reader, just to kind of know who they are in relation to them. Apparently there's like a little Barda that's just a regular human that admires her. And when I Googled Big Barda, I guess she has like an admirer. So I was like, oh, that's cool, there's a little one. But Yeah, it's just she's part of the Furies, and yeah, her defecting there. Because every time I've seen when they showed them in Justice League with Granny leading them, it's just them trying to beat the hell out of them, but it's never really going into the background of the Furies themselves.
Yeah, and Barda going back and forth of like, is she a hero?
I mean, she, and it's funny because even, I just like, one of the best things about reading this was, I mean, one of the top three, I would say, it was really knowing more about the Furies. Because, like, if you do watch only the animation or you only know, I don't think they ever show them in movies, but it's just more like that they're just evil. Like, they're just this extreme evil. They're like loyal to Darkseid to a fault, and they will literally just rip you limb from limb, like, actually, very bloody. And that's all you know about them. And it's just, like, funny going into here. I don't want to, we won't skip that far ahead because that's a bit more far ahead with the hospital scene. And seeing the Furies kind of showing up and just talking normally. Because, like, in the animation, they don't talk. They're just there to beat you. So, like, it's just like, oh, they're having conversations. Like, and it was a nice view of them, seeing more about the Furies and almost making it more about them than even anything. Because when you see them in animation, it's just like, okay, we're loyal to Darkseid, that's it. Like, there's nothing more to them. So yeah, I think after that scene there, even with Metron, so is this the point? I don't think I'm jumping too far ahead here, but I think, he meets with Orion, and I think the whole point after that was to actually...
Well, he meets with Granny after that.
Right, to find and kill Granny Goodness, right? Because that's like the direction there.
That was in the other scene of where with like Light Ray, and because like after the kneeling scene, then he gets up and he's like, here's your mission, go do it.
yeah, and that's something where I think they're a bit like teetering on. I think one of my favorite scenes here, I put it as like, because I was writing like a top 5 favorite scenes, so this is actually it's in my top 5 here, where the actual meeting with Granny, because and then for the again, I've been fortunate and privileged enough just in my own personal life to not have gone through some of this trauma. But a lot of you reading it could probably relate even more. Even as someone who has not gone through it, I felt it so heavy. So again, there's just a lot of trigger warnings in this book if you are planning to purchase it. And it's just that you really do feel that trauma when Barda and Scott do meet her. Because then it's like almost like a mother meeting her children and how she misses them, but it's like it's not real. It's just this like extreme mental manipulation. And that trauma that you go through. All the way to the
point that like Barda just snaps.
Oh yeah, when they actually finally, put her down. But I mean, the whole conversation, it's like, it again, just with the Furies in general, because we will see the other 4 Furies later. But even just with Granny, it's like, again, throwing me off of like, oh, well, she told Scott. I actually, as a reader, I believed it. Even though you know better than to believe anything coming out of Granny Goodness's mouth, it's like, she actually is trying to help him. I believe her what she's saying about Orion.
And the amount that Scott's been manipulated to actually think that she cared about him.
I mean,
meanwhile, like there's scenes later where Barda's like, she didn't care about any of us. Like,
Barda's very like confident on that. Yeah, she stands firm on that. Because Scott starts teetering.
Scott's like, well, did you ever hear this story? And she's like, she didn't tell us stories. Like,
yeah, so that I think that's where Barda starts to see like, oh, she treated you differently. So like, I think maybe there was a point of her actually caring, because even I honestly in that last scene before, because technically Barda was knocked out, so she was only talking to Scott one-on-one, but when she wakes up and finally does bash her head in, I believed it. Like what she's saying about Orion, especially that Orion's being portrayed of how evil that he is, and the parts leading up to, I mean, I guess Granny was right, because the parts after that she wasn't wrong, but it's like, oh, she actually told him something truthful, and I think she knew it was going to happen, because at no point did Granny try to fight back or try to do anything to them, and that basically the conversation there was supposed to be like a double cross, where for Orion it was like, Orion it was win-win, whether they killed Granny but then he's telling Granny to kill them, like he would have been fine either way. So like I think for him
he just betrays them.
Yeah,
while
like
they're out there.
He's like, I want the head of one of them, whether it's Scott's head or her head, it's a win-win for me. So, and I believed it as a reader. I was like, oh shit, yeah, I could see Orion double crossing. They do beat her head in,
especially with how he is now, where he's like just spiraling out of control.
Yeah, and I think especially like going to get Granny, I mean, with that personal attachment, that's why like that scene threw me off, and it was even more gut-wrenching and emotional, because I'm thinking Barda and Scott are gonna go in there like, thinking of all this past trauma and what she put them through and raising them in the X pit, that they're gonna go in there so angry and hateful, and it actually was almost like a mother meeting her children after years. Like, it's like it was almost more emotional, and how he even spoke to her like was like a mom, and it wasn't that hateful that I thought it was gonna be. And even when Barda like kills her, Scott almost seems like a bit regretful. So like it's just something where like almost like he didn't want her to do that. But Barda has a very different view of her than Scott does. So it's just so yeah, they Orion comes, they literally have Barda and Scott watch him cut her head off. Very haphazardly. It was not a clean cut. Nope. Definitely, I think. And for those of you that don't watch a lot of horror or TV shows in general, when any type of movie does that, just trying to pay attention to something like that going forward. When they show a clean cut versus like doing something haphazardly with like a serrated edge, like a saw or a chainsaw, knife, whatever, they're doing that to drive a point home. It's supposed to drive home not only the terror but like a hatred, like a revenge, like this. Because normally, if you want to, that's why executions, even in Japan, when they want to kill someone and they're trying to show respect to them in an execution, they do it very cleanly, one swift strike. It's to show that like you didn't go through pain; it was a quick death. Something like that, even though she technically was already knocked out, maybe even dead, because she did bash her brains in. But they're gods. I don't know if maybe it's possible that Granny survived Barda's bashing and he just cut it off. I don't know. But like it's just he did that to prove a point. It was very slow. He sliced her head off and wanting to show that like like a don't fuck with me type of moment for Orion.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't do it. Because he just tries to get everyone else to do his dirty work.
And yeah, it's such a, and like the distortion on the scene and like everything, it's
God, it's so good.
So rough.
I think the Granny Goodness scene I did not forget at all. I would never forget that, because that just like the emotion of them interacting and her telling him the truth of the double cross and what's going to happen, like you're just like, wow, I actually believe this girl. And then and I think hopefully I'm not skipping ahead here, but I do have in my notes right under that was when the story that we were going to talk about, the Merry Christmas story. Is that right after that?
Yeah, that's the narration while he's cutting her head off.
Ah, yeah, so while he's cutting her off. So then we could go right into that of just more where that's why Barda's like, she didn't hold me like she held you. She didn't tell me these stories. Like, so...
and the story is disturbing. Like,
it was. I mean, the only reason that I kind of giggled at some point because I'm like, oh my god, Granny, like this is so ridiculous. Like she's so extreme that it's to the point of like a nervous laughing, like not really funny, but like wow, that's disturbingly funny.
It's like, oh, here's a thing about like a kid that dies from being trampled.
Yeah, I mean like.
Merry
long story. Yeah, like long story short is literally like Merry Christmas. Here's a story about the Holocaust, and like and it literally talking about a Jewish kid that his mother and sister died, and he died in a gas chamber, but not even due to the gas. He died because everyone was basically stomped into the trying to get out and crawl over the wall. Yeah. So he didn't even die from the gas, and then she goes, "Merry Christmas."
It's like literally the worst possible thing to ever happen, and I was like, yeah.
And then Scott said that was every Christmas that she would say this story. So it's just like, it's funny showing that, having that poignant moment, and then having like, okay, I guess kind of having the reader remind you that Granny's not this good person. Don't feel bad for her, because Yes, please go. So go ahead to the next point, because I think after that.
After that's where he meets Forager.
Okay, because that's what I have next in my notes. So you could talk about that if you like.
Essentially, Forager, who was in season 3 of Young Justice, if anyone has seen that.
Ooh, I gotta see that, because I only saw seasons 1 and 2. Okay, I gotta see that.
He's a lot more bug-like in that, but so his people, the bugs, they're basically like, Orion put us on the front lines. And we were essentially like a meat shield to get to the actual new gods. Yeah. And we won't follow Orion anymore. We'll follow you, Scott, but we won't follow Orion. To which then immediately Light Ray portals in and murders Forager.
I think that's where my hatred for Light Ray just intensified like times 10. I was like, fuck Light Ray. Like...
Like, by orders of the High Father, and just like incinerates him. and it's like.
And by the way, if you guys see it in the, I mean, I can't. You'll probably find it faster than me, will, because I wouldn't mind even showing that. It's like an instant disintegration, like because he. So for those of you that don't know,
like.
Yes, and then if you want to move up a little bit, it actually shows him on the sofa where, like when you disintegrate someone, it's just like a little bit of ashes. He literally disintegrated him down to like the atomic level. Like he's gone. Like he's gone. Yeah. Like so. For those of you that don't know light rate, basically.
And then Scott's just like literally just like Jesus.
Yes, we have the same panels. That's literally how it looks like in mine as well. Yeah. But it's just yeah, it's something where it does shock you as a reader because you're like, oh shit, and then like. It almost got me worried for Mr. Miracle because I thought he might do the same thing to him because he just killed him in front of him. I was like, okay, is he gonna kill him too? But then he didn't, and he left. But
one thing that's really interesting to note is how Scott deals with death.
Oh, he didn't.
Because having been raised on Apocalypse, he's not going to kill someone, but he doesn't bat an eye when people die.
Not at all. Multiple times through this book, yeah.
At one point later on, someone gets murdered in front of him, and he's just like, "Did you think that was supposed to do something?" Like,
oh, McCallubuck, yeah. Yeah. Well, when we get, we'll get more into that because technically that Callubuck one afterwards, he did have a breakdown. So I guess that maybe it just finally got to him after all these deaths he's seen. But again, like, for those of you that are going to be first-time readers, just, and you don't know much of a background with Apocalypse or New Genesis, on Apocalypse, since it's literally hell, they hear the screams of the damned. Like, it's just a constant. When we'll get to that funny point too, when it's like a first date for them, but whatever it is. But it's just that's what he grew up around. So like, if you're hearing that all the time, then like someone screaming from being killed, he's just like, okay, like it's nothing new, or because he literally that happens and he literally just keeps drinking his milk. I was like, okay, like it was funny. Even though I felt bad for Forager, because I get it, like being put on as cannon fodder, because just for a little backstory on that from when I googled, so maybe Wolvie knows a bit more, but it's just really him being one of the leaders of the bug people. I don't think he's like the leader, but he is one of them, and that basically in New Genesis they're considered, because there's many different races on New Genesis, so they're considered like almost like peasant level, like they're underneath their shoe, they're not worth it, they're not like any type of royalty. So they're being put in the front lines as cannon fodder, and that's why Wolvie had it when he said earlier why Forager's like freaking out about that. That's what that is. It's a little background on like them being treated basically almost like on slave level. So so that's why he's just like I'm fine. I guess it almost makes you. And I don't know how you felt, Wolvie, and forever who reads this. I would be interested to hear any comments on YouTube as well. But even for Mr. Miracle, because he has no reaction to that, I guess I had to really think about it. Like, okay, he's from Apocalypse, that's why he didn't react. But because you have this person pleading to him and to help him, and even as Light Ray shoots him, he literally screams Mr. Miracle as if like asking Scott to help him before he dies, and he just doesn't even move. It makes you like have a little bit of a hatred for him because it's like, damn, Scott, like you didn't even do anything. Like it, so it kind of annoyed me, and it's just like, but then I had to really think of like where he's from and what his background is.
The amount of trauma and death that he's seen throughout his life is just
right.
Again, he doesn't bat an eye when it comes to people dying.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, well, I got it, I guess. So yeah, I think here, and then, so I have in my notes here, I know there's, with, Orion had the betrayal from the Merry Christmas story. We already knew when he came for Granny. Granny told him that. For me, if there's any type of betrayal, my first thought that I just wrote down here was more of like Orion being scared that maybe Scott Free's going to take over. I don't know much about Orion at this point as a reader, so
like at this point, he's very different than he is like in any other portrayal. And at this point, he's just spiraling to a point where he is paranoid and ruthless. Like he is just.
Right. And I think the paranoia, because they do mention, which I'm sure it has, they don't say it outright, but I definitely made the assumption that I got to Orion's ears as well, that like Scott is supposed to be the actual heir to that Highfather throne, especially after he passed away.
And Orion definitely knows that, and it's getting under his skin.
That's why I was like, when he had the Granny betrayal, I'm like, it has to be because he's scared he's going to lose that throne. So, like, even though Scott doesn't want anything to do with it, but, like, I could, in his paranoia, it gets a little intense.
And so we have a scene where, like, Scott goes to Orion, and Orion literally just beats the shit out of him and goes, "This is the face of God." which
Yeah.
ends up looping back to what Metron was saying.
Yeah, that you are not to see that. But then
Yeah.
I'm trying to actually skip to that part because I'll show it a bit later. I'm not going to completely skip to it, but because of what we talked about in the beginning of the podcast of showing, the true terror that is Darkseid in that image, I want to have that open. Like, we have to show that on the screen. It's too good.
Yeah. We'll
That's too good. But yeah, I think right after this, and I could be wrong, again, correct me if I'm skipping around, but I believe, when he's having that betrayal, he knows about it from Granny. I think this is where all of a sudden, he's claiming Scott as agent of Darkseid. Out of nowhere, now he's up for trial, right? Is that where we're going?
Well, Scott goes like, do you, like your dad was Darkseid, and if he got the anti-life equation and it's affecting him, do you think it could be affecting you too?
Yep. And so Scott says that to Orion stupidly because even
Orion loses it.
I was like, even when I read that, I was like, Scott, I'm trying to root for you here, but why would you be dummy? Why would you be dumb enough to say that to Orion? You know he's gonna throw you under the bus.
any other time, Orion might have been rational enough to be like, okay, you have a point. He has spiraled so much at this point that
he's like, you're against me.
Yeah.
No.
And so then the next scene is Light Ray showing up at their house, just going like, well, you're an agent of Darkseid, so we're gonna have a trial.
I mean, he does throw back. I mean, with Orion, that's the only thing where I can't say he was fully wrong because, I mean, with both of them being switched and God knows what happened after that birth, I mean, they could both have it. Who knows? So, like, he's not fully wrong on that. But again, it definitely was just a paranoia move. And then that's a big scene in the book. That's also in my top 5 here with the trial. That was like, even as a reader, that was heavy because it's like these barrage of questions back to back to back.
And also during the Light Ray scene is a great moment where, like, Scott's just like, can we just do it here? Like, I got a show tomorrow. Like,
he's got a veggie tray. This veggie tray is like its own.
Veggie tray.
Let me tell.
And then Barda beats the shit out of Light Ray, which is very satisfying.
I gotta tell you that this veggie tray should be its own character because it just comes up multiple times. I mean, I know we're skipping it, but I thought I would never see. I'm 39 years old. In my 39 years of living, that I would see Darkseid eat a carrot. When he ate that shit, that was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I was like, he just dipped in it. I was like, that is just peak comedy. Like, it's so good. Having, like, this most evil person, probably literally the devil in the world, just munching on this ranch-filled carrot is, I just could not. Which, I don't blame Scott. They actually are kind of good from Costco. They're not bad. But it's just that, this is... What we said, this is one of the first times that we finally get to see the shut the fuck up Light Ray that Barda says multiple times. And
Barda literally just beats the shit out of him, and it's so satisfying.
Every single word, because he's trying to basically say you're on trial for this, and this, before Orion even shows up. Every time he tries to get a word out, it's another punch. Like, she's just punching him every single word that he's saying. Beating him. Like, I thought she almost killed him. I was like, oh my god.
There's so much blood everywhere, and it's just like,
yeah, like,
it's still going.
She did not want to hear it. Girl was not having it. And again, hey, that's her man, so I get it. Like, I was like, good. I was happy. I literally was laughing. I was like, beat his ass because I was so tired of Light Ray. Because it's just like, I get following a certain thing and you want to protect your friends or if it's a general that you're following, but I just never been big on people that are just doing blind loyalty. Like, you know that some of that is wrong, and even Barda's trying to at some point talk sense into him, and it's just like Light Ray is just so blind to everything. It's just like he follows the High Father and that's it. Whoever's the High Father, it doesn't matter. He just follows them, and so I think he deserved that beating. Honestly,
such an annoying degree.
Yeah, and it's just so this is so funny. I know, and I think that's where again showing just the genius of the illustrators here and the writer, of course. But when you think trial, I'm like, okay, a trial's coming up, so you're thinking like high level courtroom, high ceilings, maybe like something more celestial because these are gods. It's not like a typical courtroom. I'm thinking like some big thing where like, the defendants are there, there's other gods there, and it's like literally in his living room. It's just in the living room. Like, it's not some big trial scene.
The living room, it's got a few characters here.
Oh no, ill. Oh wait, I don't have a mod, but someone's offering us views. I think I'm okay on that. Can I ban you? I could block you. That's even better. Okay, there we go. I got rid of him.
That works.
Yeah. See, I guess for those little things, we'll get them out in here. But sorry, go ahead. That distracted me.
You're good. It's like there's some characters here. Light Ray, who is recovering from his beatdown, looks like halfway to Two-Face.
Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Like, do we have this image? Like, the face he has is insane. He's getting beat. Yeah, Jesus, like literally half his face. Like, it was just so well done how they showed that and like how the trial goes. It was just insane. I'm trying to keep up in the book.
It's such a like intense scene of just
Bunnies, hello, welcome to our podcast. Sorry, just welcoming Punker Bunnies there.
It's just this intense scene of just like question after question of like true or false. You can only answer true or false, and
yeah,
like this line of questioning that is just
Shadow, hello,
spiral to make Scott look the worst that he is.
Yes, and one thing I do want to comment, because you definitely could talk about the rest of the trial, but just a quick comment on and again, welcome Shadow and Bunnies. Thank you for supporting. We'll be having more of our podcasts here with the Comic Warriors. So yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, so one thing that I like that at first I was getting, it seems annoying at first because you're like, okay, like Scott's not even getting a chance to explain himself. You know, Orion comes in again in full asshole mode, and you know that's probably just the anti-life equation making him lose his damn mind. But it's just that, you know, he's like, I'm gonna be whatever the I actually wrote it down on my phone because I didn't want to have to look for it. I love the words that he said. Orion being because I actually wrote down in my notes, Orion being so pretentious and pompous as to appoint himself as accuser, defender, and judge. So like basically doing all three, which is obviously not gonna work in Scott's favor. You're like, okay, he's screwed from day one here. Screwed from the beginning. He's trying to appoint himself as all three. The only thing that I did like that Orion said, because at first I'm like, okay, he's not even allowing Scott to explain himself. But then he actually explains why he wants him to only do true or false. He's like, it's true or false because in your head, this is the version that you believe to be a truth or a lie, whether it is or not. It's what you believe to be a truth or a lie. And I actually agreed with that. As a reader, I was like, you know what? The true or false makes sense because there is no explanation. It's like, do you think it's true or not? Like, and that's basically it. And so I kind of got where Orion was coming from there, because then it just avoids all that extra explanation and like back talk. But go ahead, you could go ahead with that. I did enjoy Orion like explaining that.
Yeah, definitely. And just like kind of backing him into a wall with these true or false statements of like,
yes,
like you have to say this, and essentially leading him into like saying that he could be an agent of Darkseid, and that he's full of hate, that he tried to kill himself because he's full of hate, and like saying that he is the anti-life equation. And at that point, Scott just snaps.
When he says that, yeah. I mean, literally screaming and punches the shit out of him.
It's multiple panels of him just screaming, as he's beating the shit out of Orion. And Orion's nose starts bleeding, and...
What's good there, too, is that what was very satisfying besides the punch is that... that was one of the first times where you could see that Orion let down the facade, because when... I think the punch was so out of nowhere that it shocked him.
It shocked him back to reality.
Yeah, because that was the first time that we see that Orion had a look of fear on his face. He actually got scared. I think he was scared of Scott at that point.
And he looked sad for the rest of the scene.
Yeah, because
rather than this like angry, he's.
Because I think he went back to like, damn, like I know what I have to do, and like almost he didn't want to do it, but of course with that him punching him and he was being set up at the end, he does say, your execution's in 3 days, and he's like,
and it's the only time that he takes a carrot.
Oh, I did not pick up on that. Very small detail. Nice. I love the minor details.
Like he takes the carrot, he eats it. He's like, guilty. You're judged guilty.
Yeah, and he just freaks the hell out. Actually, want to show that here, and then my favorite scene comes up when they're at the beach, because that's something I think for me. I definitely want to go a bit more into the beach scene because that is such a turning point in the book for where the book is going. Kind of our first explanation of Darkseid is a bit. Sorry.
And we also get our a little nod to Jack Kirby with his hands in the cement, where in one of his one of his all-time most
here.
famous quotes of "Kid, comics will break your heart."
Yeah, he does say that. Oh my god, yeah. So that's why it's good to talk about someone else because there's certain things that I don't remember that you do and everything. So just want to show here where it shows him actually screaming and
oh
when
god,
he punches him.
key.
I know it's the chroma key. It's because he wears a lot of green. It's the green cape. It's hard to see, but there's the chroma key there where he flips out on him and does scream at him. Because for the most part, I mean, honestly, I probably would have lost it much sooner the way he's barraging him. But so many questions.
Scott's a level-headed guy for the most part.
But the anti-life equation, he didn't want to believe that. Yeah.
And it's mainly because he's bottling up his emotions so much to the point where he then just lets it all loose whenever he gets the opportunity, or whenever he gets pushed a bit too far.
Exactly. So after this trial, now we go into. So we've read a compendium. So basically, it's almost 5 or 6 issues in a row. So that's the end of that issue, and then going into basically the days leading up to the execution and how he's spending how he's choosing to spend his time, especially with Barda, of course. Now, I just want to make sure I'm not skipping over everything, so I'm just kind of quickly going through the book.
It has Funky trying to do a spin on how should we spin the suicide attempt.
Yeah, he's like, you try to escape death, and he makes it positive, and then 3 pages of sex scenes that we could skip. Yep. Full 3 pages of that.
It doesn't really show much of anything. It
doesn't. It's
they're a healthy married couple,
a little more kinky, but it's good. But it's just so the best way to describe it. Yeah, you guys can read it for yourself. But yeah, so basically they spend their day, and the reason I want to talk about this because at this point, that as a reader, and even for me as a first-time reader, you're reading this and you're like, okay, this is just something wasting time. It doesn't have a point, and then you really see oh, this is actually a huge turning point at this point, and just reading all the issues, where it just seems like there's a day at the beach. They're trying to spend this time together before he's executed, and I think this is when they finally have to drive down to the beach, where they try to play. He's like, we should play something romantic, like how we met, like a first date type of song, and this is where this comes up with the the souls of the.
She's like, we don't have a song.
Yeah.
and she's like, we had the screams of the damned in the flesh pits of apocalypse.
It was so good.
So Scott turns to his mother box and goes, "Mother box, can you play us the moans of the damned? Please specify which damned. The pit about 10 years back." And it's just
it was
all of these screaming and God help me, they took my leg, stop please, and the two of them are just laughing to it.
Yeah, because you see
that is their.
I tell you, the shared trauma throughout this entire run is just again seeing the shared trauma. They both went through the same thing. So Barda is. I think when Barda laughed is when I broke, because I'm seeing Scott laugh and I'm like, okay, but then when Barda started giggling, I just start laughing because I'm like, the two of them are just a trip, and hearing these souls. I mean, at one point I think one of them was like, my eyes are bleeding. It's just a bunch of different screams, and they're like, yeah, that's our first date song, I guess. So they they arrive at this boardwalk, and there's something where I'm sure those of you that boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever you have, and that you've been where you're trying to win them a stuffed animal. That's such a big thing to do, especially when you're a young adult teenager. You want to win them something just to kind of be something sweet or romantic. And for all his abilities to escape, Scott has a horrible throwing arm, and he cannot hit these bottles. And she's like, "Can you just stop? It's not gonna happen." And then at one point when he has the stuffed animal, it threw me off. I was like, "Wait, he actually got it?" And then they explained that. I guess he uses celebrity status to actually the owner of the stand or whatever that he got his girlfriend. He confessed to love to his girlfriend.
Did a cameo.
Yeah, that basically was a cameo. Yes, that was a cameo, but just in person there. And then he got the. She's like, it doesn't count because you did a cameo thing and you got me the stuffed animal. But it was that was cute. That was cute. That wasn't anything
It's a giant stuffed Wonder Woman.
Yeah, and on top of that for her, which out of all things makes sense for her. But it really is the next scene where they go into laying on the beach that I don't think I've ever paid attention reading a comic as much as I did in these next few panels. Just because it's I even reread it just to make sure I understood what I was absorbing. And it's just something of him going into a story of I almost don't even want to pronounce it because I know it's in French and I don't know how to say it correctly. Descartes, yeah, that's what I was like. It's either Descartes or because I know they don't really like pronounce like the last few letters. So I was like, maybe it's
I think therefore I am guy.
yes, I think therefore I am. Yeah, yeah. So he goes into that and um, having the whole story of like that you are what you are because you know that like you just know thinking about yourself that even if you doubt everything in the world, you know that you exist because you have those doubts. Because then if it was something that you were just in the background, you just believe it blindly. So it's something that you even you having a doubt shows that at least that's true, even if you doubt everything else. That I think therefore I am. So just going back to that, and when he explains that to her, now again throughout this entire book, we've been seeing this dark side is. It's just like getting thrown in your face constantly, and it kind of gives the reader a bit of like I wouldn't say an explanation. It's just to give you a little something of like maybe they're trying to go in that direction of trying to explain it to you, and it's just more of like that if God exists, He is the good in everything. So like if there's hatred and love, then God is the love part of it. If there's right and wrong, God is the right part of it. So like it's just showing, and then I guess that's where dark side comes in for the other side of it. But and so then that it's like if God is, then I am as well. But then if there isn't, then so they put it more like an overarching type of, that's why the people believing in God and that's like a justification for being here and why you exist and going to more of an existence. And then I think at one point where he even says it in that way because we've been seeing this dark side is, then all of a sudden it's like God is and I am as well. So then it's like, oh. So then like, and then in some ways you can kind of think of it as like seeing the dark side as of why he's always there because again, and just like in any true fashion, if you're reading about anything with villains and heroes, it's just like even if you get rid of dark side, someone will always take his place. And the same thing in the good part of it as well. That just is. He's this overarching feeling, this presence that's there, and that he's whether you're talking to him or not, because he doesn't show up till so much later, that it's something that his presence is always there and always felt. And even at some point where I think Mr. Miracle finally understands it, or later on where he's like, this person isn't, but Darkseid is. And that's when I think he's trying to fully understand what that means. And I felt like this beach scene was the first time to try to take a jab at it, feed the viewer a little, or reader a little crumb of like what that is, before you kind of have more of your own opinions on what Darkseid is could be, until we physically will see it coming up soon. The face of God. Okay, so after this beach scene, I just want to make sure I'm up to date on my notes here. Yes. Yeah, so I actually wrote here because this is something that I guess I just proved myself on later because I'm taking notes as I'm reading. So I put that maybe in this beach scene that it's more that he needs to find Darkseid and possibly Darkseid needs him as well. Maybe it's like a back and forth, because they do have mentioned the prophecy of that only the sun could kill him, but technically Orion is the sun and not I guess by blood it's not Scott. So so it's something where I was like, maybe Darkseid needs them both. Maybe God knows what happened back with the High Father. Maybe it's just Orion. It's a little like conspicuous at that point. So then I think this is where,
they come to take Scott for his execution.
And then it goes into some of the best parts. Multiple pages of this good part.
as soon as they go to grab him, one of them gets shot in the head. The other one gets smashed with Barda's rod, and she's like completely naked, and is just like
because they were sleeping,
and she's just like, and then it looks like she hits Funky, but he doesn't.
Oh, does she
have any damage later on? So,
honestly, I won't even lie. I think for the first one or two issues before we get to like up to here, I almost thought Funky was either like
a figment
of his imagination that because he was declining in his mental health, and then like or
I think at sometimes he is.
Yeah, I feel like he's both. Like there's like fourth wall breaks, but then sometimes he's actually there.
There's also him on Apocalypse where like when he introduces Scott to Orion, that like. But then he's not there for the rest of it.
Yeah.
So then, I think at times he's a figment, but then later on, he's not.
Right, and that's because well, when we get
And
to that.
this book plays a lot with like what's real and what isn't.
Oh no, which I love. I mean, that's why even when we had such a long conversation about mouthwashing as well. It's like these. I love these psychological things. So like, it was just great that like going from that game into our podcast here with this as well. A lot of psychological elements here too, because it's just really like okay, picking apart in your own head like what actually happened and what didn't. I think the Oberon thing was just sadder because like you knew that didn't happen and she called him out on that. But yeah, so basically, I mean, we'll talk about this more, but I kind of knew that was gonna happen, but I just love the way that it happened because it was so funny. Because I was like, Bard is one that like, when Scott's ready to give up, she's like, "Fuck that!" She immediately was like, "I'm gonna kill these two guards right now. We're going there, and we're gonna basically." I mean, they didn't say it straight up, but I took it as like they're going there to murder Orion. They're gonna go murder his ass. So
they're gonna get out of this. They're gonna escape this.
Yeah,
and the first thing they do when they open up the boom tube is Scott launches his 2 discs and cuts off one guard's head and cuts the other one in half.
Yeah, no, there is this whole next issue is pretty bloody.
Yeah, and they're essentially breaking into the palace, and it's this long thing, and the entire time, the dialogue of this, while they're doing all of these like acrobatic things, dodging lasers, brutally killing enemies,
right.
Oh, who are the illustrators? This one was done by Mitch Gerads. He basically did all the internals for the book.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
it's
beautiful, beautiful artwork.
We've been talking about like the artwork almost the entire time. I mean, it's just like again, all the emotions you feel is because of. I mean, I think more so out of anything, they do really well with Scott and Orion as well. But Barda probably has some of the best emotions I think I've seen on any character, like of how she feels.
The faces are so emotional.
Yeah, how they scrunch their face, like when they're upset. The scowl on Orion that you said is like was almost painted on there until he punched him. Like,
and everything feels very visceral.
Yeah,
like
you feel like you're there.
Lines, but also like it's realistic, but in like a jagged, stylized way. That's like. I love it.
Yeah, the artwork. I mean, I could go on and on about.
The whole time that they're storming this palace, they're having this discussion about like Bart is like, "Oh, I want to renovate the apartment," and
this is the entire issue of them talking about this renovation.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh well, like we don't need like we can make the kitchen smaller. We don't need half the living room," and Scott's like, "Okay, yeah, I guess, sure." Like, well, why do you want to cut the living room in half? But I like the living room. Like,
yeah,
like, what's going on? And then it all culminates to this point where, she gets blasted by Light Ray, and Scott gets thrown by Light Ray, and she just kind of gets up and goes, "Scott, so I'm pregnant."
Yeah, and then it's funny. It's just so funny as you're reading it. You're like, at first, I mean, I was just laughing at it at first because it's like this is so whatever to them, or like not even whatever, but they know what they have to do. And they're so set in what they need to do that the entire time now mind you, the entire time that they're talking about renovating the house, cutting the living room in half, opening the bedroom, opening a new bathroom, a second bathroom, that they're being like blasted to death. Because on Apocalypse, it's not just them killing, it's not just them killing all these people and like beating them. Like it has traps. Like sorry, not Apocalypse. They're on New Genesis because they're going to Orion. So they have traps. Like they're like it's so funny because the Mother Box is trying to warn them of like okay, here comes the acid bath, and they're just like crawling through this vent.
Yeah, they're like navigating everything perfectly. And, like...
Yeah, here comes the lake with the tide dragon. This giant, it looks like Gyarados from Pokemon. This giant fucking dragon in the water that is chasing them, about to swallow them. Bart is holding its mouth open, just talking about changing the living room. Like. It's so good.
And then it turns all these traps because she wants to make another bedroom for the baby.
Yeah, no, like the coolest. They're literally being tortured the entire time they're talking about this renovation. Well, to them, I guess to them it was fun. It was another day out, a date night for them. But like, yeah. So as what we said.
Also, Lee Bermejo as Batman for Batman.
Damn right.
One of the most beautiful Batman artists that has ever yeah. That's great. Love it.
Wait, Danny, you said I think cutting it half is symbolic for breaking peace. That's what I get from that. Wait, what were you referring to? I'm sorry.
I think it was talking about like how it was like cutting the living room in half and cutting the kitchen in half.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, no, they were being
Yeah.
very literal. It was like, yeah, I'm pregnant. We need a baby room.
We need to make space in the apartment.
Yeah, they were like, we need a nursery now, just so you know. And then that's when Scott is like, can we just move? Like, that's gonna be so much work.
And the contrast of that scene happening, them getting to the throne room, him opening it up, and just seeing Orion's dead body.
So
And
because
then,
I have the green
and then
screen on,
looking up and seeing what's left of Darkseid boom tubing out.
oh my god! Since I have green screen, do you mind? I mean, it shouldn't come up on my green screen, but it might just be clear on yours. I can show it if anything. I mean,
like it is such a contrast immediately of just like from the lighter colors into the
so hopefully
like,
this isn't
walking
showing.
in and seeing the body.
So I want to see.
And it's just
there we go.
and yeah.
So I'm trying to
yours
go.
Actually, yours looks better than mine.
Oh, do you have a different thing of it?
It's just darker.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's just okay. It's probably just a little darker, but yeah. So when they say like when in Darkseid just literally goes, Darkseid does not do, Darkseid isn't. So for you to see this Darkseid to start the whole book and then he says it himself, I was like, oh shit, like even now it's so funny that we're just talking about it on a podcast after the fact, and even now just reading that aloud to you guys just gave me chills again because when I read it the first time I was like. I'm telling you, nothing for me. And again, Danny, you probably know more DC than I do. I know we've spoke about it a lot, but the evil of Darkseid, nothing beats that for me. It's just like the ultimate villain. Like this, him just saying that and then leaving, I was like, oh shit. Like,
and also, this is one of the first parts that you start to realize that this is not in continuity, because like they are murdering some high-profile characters. Like
like
Forager
it was nothing.
Died before. Highfather, obviously.
Yeah.
Now Orion is dead, and it's like.
So yeah, so that's the only reason I knew is because like I said, as I'm reading, I'm googling some characters. I don't know a lot of the background characters, and then that's when it kind of I don't know if I ruined it for myself. Maybe it's something we read in the future, but with Forager, it kind of ruined it for me. Where I knew it wasn't in continuity because when I looked up Forager just to read a bit about his powers and backstory, they showed how he actually died, and I was like, oh, okay, so this must not be the real way that he ends his storyline.
But also, comic characters die and come back so many times.
Yeah.
Like in continuity, that it's like it's not necessarily a spoiler.
Oh, okay, because when I saw the real like how he actually died in the Bug Army or whatever, I was like, oh, okay. So I guess like it was just because in this book they literally treated him as a passing panel, like it was like 2 seconds.
But so this book is pitched as not being in continuity. So
it's pitched that way. Okay.
And we will get to more details of that when we get to the end, because there's some very interesting stuff with that. But but yeah, right after that we get to. Barda's having the baby. Like
yes. So this is where I want to talk about earlier, but I want to wait till we got here where we actually see just I mean, because you know that these fears are raised by Darkseid, Apocalypse, they're in the X-Pit, they're even though they technically work as a team, they don't really care about each other. They're maniacal. I mean, even one of them, which I think they showed her in Justice League, one of them, because I remember seeing Barda in Justice League, but the one that speaks
I think a lot of them are in.
They are, right? I think
even if they don't have speaking roles, like they're in.
Like they're shown.
The Furies are definitely there.
Yeah, because I remember the one with the crazy hair that looks like Forest Witch or whatever that she like speaks in rhymes or whatever. Like that girl's terrifying. And even her, like they actually go to the hospital to oversee Barda's pregnancy.
In the waiting room are incredible.
That's what I was saying all day. I was like, I'm at the Furies that you only know from the animation. Me only seeing Justice League, and I'm like, they actually came to her to see her have her baby. Like it just
because it was the first like one of the first natural births. One of the first natural births on Apocalypse.
Yes,
or from Apocalypse.
And they do mention that as well.
Like,
No. I was agreeing with you. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I wasn't. Yeah.
Because you're right on that. That it's just something where it's typically an Apocalypse, as you said in the beginning. for the origins part. Any of you that missed that, that's just more or less where the second a child is born. So I mean, she took Scott,
They're
but that's everyone. That's not just like what Scott's origin. Like all children on Apocalypse are given to Granny Goodness. So, that's something where I guess maybe they have a bit of a sisterhood, and it's something where that they also don't. There's no natural births because that's just something that just is not a thing. So they're like, oh, and this is where I do like this. A scene that you have to pay attention to that seems so like whatever, and then when you see it more towards the end, you're like, oh, that's why I was shown. So the Farron knife that we could talk about, I guess. Yes. So that's something where, I guess you don't think about a god having a baby because Barda's on that level, kind of. That you're like, oh, I guess it made me giggle a bit because
regular things are not gonna cut her.
yeah, it made me giggle because the baby comes out, she's screaming, she's typical pregnancy, like it didn't seem like she had anything different from like a human or a god the way Barda was trying to push the baby out, but the only difference is that the umbilical cord was like made of steel, or at least in
like,
that type of alloy.
We need to do something.
And then so the knife that I forgot what that Fury's name is. But that specific Fury. Yeah, because they mentioned her name, but one of them that looks like
she's
a saucer.
Like their leader now.
Yes, because Barda left, so I think she's like a saucer or something. I don't know. She's dressed like a saucer, but
And when she gives it to Scott, she's like, "One day I will use it to kill you, High Father." Which,
right. Just so you
which
know.
is also the confirmation that Scott did become High Father after Orion died.
Yes.
And she's like, but for now you can use it.
Yeah, so those of you that are just coming
and
into...
As soon as Scott brings it in, Barda's like, that's not what that does. It burns you from the inside out. Like,
yeah. Like, literally, it's supposed to be that...
She's trying to kill me again.
It's supposed to be that, like, when you stab someone like that, they do not survive that. Like, you're done. Yeah. Like, you will turn to ashes. But it worked.
He just uses it for the umbilical cord.
So basically the story, the baby comes out, it was wrapped around its neck, and it was choking, and she's like, why is the baby not screaming? And then that's when he's like, okay, I have to cut it. And then he thought that they were actually trying to help, and it's like, no, that's not what that's for. But it was just it was a good scene, but
they saved the baby.
But they do save the baby, and this Farron knife is a big plot point that you don't realize at this point in time, I guess. So
and while they were setting up, waiting to get to the birth part, they're kind of going over names of just like oh, I have this where was it there was this hero on Apocalypse that's like, oh, how about Ironbreaker? That was my great uncle Ironbreaker.
Yeah.
I liked him.
Friggin' Ironbreaker.
Like all these wild names that they're thinking of. And then they think back to the ladder to get out of Apocalypse.
Jacob's Ladder.
Was called the Jacob's Ladder.
Yes.
And they named the child Jacob.
Isn't that a horror movie? I'm pretty sure.
It is, yes.
Yeah, I remember hearing how horrible it is.
What Silent Hill was based on.
Yeah. For those of you that haven't seen Jacob's Ladder, see Jacob's Ladder, and it appears in this book too. But definitely see that movie. Very good, very insane movie.
I want to say it's a biblical reference, but I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think even in the movie it is as well. So yeah, I'm sure. I mean, especially that it's supposed to be where. I mean, the ladder was supposed to taunt you that you never escape, because when you actually read the book and you see the panel in the beginning for the origins, you can literally see Scott chained up, and he has to be like no more than 10 or 15 feet away from this ladder. Like, it's not far from him. Like,
it's very much a taunting thing of like, you're never getting out of here.
Yeah. So no, it's just it's insane there. And then I think this is where we said they confirmed he's High Father. They have the baby. The next step I have here, I don't think I'm skipping anything, is Mr. Miracle sitting with the Furies at Apocalypse. So I believe this is where they're trying to come up with a treaty, right? Or is that much further ahead?
Before that.
Okay.
There is just a segment of Scott on Apocalypse as High Father with Light Ray by him.
Right.
Like, he does an assassination on some high value target.
Right.
And then he's back home with the baby. And then it cuts over and he's in this bloody battle. And then it cuts back and he's back with the baby. And
that's before that. Okay. I thought it was
And
after.
meanwhile, he's talking with Barda over their mother box about different things, about like, uh,
Because while he's battling, they're telling him about the baby while he's fighting.
and oh, you should put the car seat in the room because apparently that helps him sleep better. Like, meanwhile, he's like,
she's like,
in
Betty
this
said
war
she did it for a
zone.
year. She's like, Betty said she used the car seat for a year. It works. It's fine. You don't need the crib. Like, it was again. It's just like it went back to the scene of them trying to basically when they were fighting to go kill Orion, of them having just these like natural like marriage talks while they're just in the midst of like death defying situations. And the way I took it too, how they literally every other page was, you know, one is showing him an apocalypse, the other one shows him back home with Funky Flash. Because Funky Flash Man basically becomes like a little uncle for the baby at that point. And that I guess the assumption is supposed to be because they just that's why him and Bart haven't seen each other in a while. Every panel that he's at home with the baby, Bart is fighting on Apocalypse. So they're just kind of switching sides there. And then I think that makes more sense because then that's when it finally comes to the treaty where they're like, we can't do this anymore. Like it's a little too much because they're trying to raise a baby. Yeah.
And also Funky Flashman, the real Funky Flashman, is actually helping raise the baby the whole time.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. So I was like, I hope that wasn't just Mother Box because like they're a sentient computer, but I don't know if they have hands or anything.
Yeah, no. And there's the Batman kills babies line where like. Because Funky
and
gets
that pops up.
Stuffed Batman.
And, remember, he says that multiple times
he'll
too.
Choke on this.
He's like, don't you know about
Batman kills babies?
He's like, don't you know about infant death syndrome? Like he's getting mad at him, and he's like, Batman kills babies, and then it will come up again in a much funnier scene. But
also,
okay.
Also, there's throughout the book, Scott wears T-shirts of different Justice League members, and there's one panel or one page here where he's wearing a electric blue Superman.
Yes,
logo.
I did know that.
And
I did notice that. Oh, it's red. Oh,
red.
Like the color of her eyes. Wait a minute. Oh, like the color of her eyes. I didn't pick up on that though.
Well, it's also, there was a point in time in the 90s, I believe, where they were like, we need to do something new and fresh with Superman. So what they had happen was they had him divide into two people that had different power sets.
So what was Blue Superman's powers?
Electricity.
Okay.
Electric Blue Superman. And then
Electric Blue,
don't remember much about the red one. But
interesting.
I think he had more traditional powers.
Yeah, like the
some energy
frost
beams, I think. I could be entirely wrong on that. It's not a very well known or liked part of comic history, but interesting that they put it here.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't even pick up on
that.
See, no, I love that. I didn't even pick up on that.
But also, it's doing the like, oh, is this in reality, like flickering part? Because what I love that Mitch Gerads does is let me show this again.
Yes,
like all these panels are very clean, but then there's parts where like reality will like
distort,
shift out of like distort.
It's like it's a really good distortion there. I like how they show it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm actually just catching up to you, like actually in the book.
It makes you pay attention to these little details that are like, oh, something's changed, something's different, something's wrong.
Yes.
And
then it's like,
then there's.
I didn't think of. No, I was just gonna say, I was like, you actually have me like a bit shocked because like I didn't even think about that. I was like the color of her eyes, and then now that being shown again a second. I got the color of her eyes, but the second time I didn't even catch that. Now with the two Superman, it's interesting.
Yeah. And there's this really touching scene where they find a child parademon.
Yes, they do.
And Scott's like, don't kill it, but then it jumps at Light Ray, and Light Ray just blasts it.
Yeah, he's like, no, like he actually got really upset when he did that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's tough with kids, and I guess that's where it's always like a bit of a gray area and more, especially. But like, I mean, that little thing is gonna grow up into a big demon anyway. I mean, I guess you should kill it, but like, it's just because it's a little different, like an actual war when it's human against human, because we all have emotions. So I could see you not wanting to kill a child on the enemy side.
Well, it's especially because he just had a child of his own, so he's
Yeah, so he's feeling it. But I mean, yeah, but and at the same time, I get where Lyra's coming from. It is a real demon that doesn't have emotions. Unless those parademons are more alive than I think that they are, but I don't know much about them.
They're kind of mass produced, but on Apocalypse.
So. Well, I think at one point they make the joke about that because was it Mr. Miracle or Barda? They're like, oh, I thought that they were just like kind of cloning machine or something. They're like, they have babies.
Like, Batman kills them because like they're not like actual sentient creatures.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, because he breaks his rule for them. But well, I guess technically not really because they're like you said they don't feel. But it's just that it's actually in that scene when he's like they have kids. He's like I thought they just cloned them. I'm glad you brought that up because I actually did like that panel.
And then the baby says its first words while he's in the middle of this like bloody battlefield.
Right.
And then they finally get a moment together to just relax. And after then are immediately pulled to the Apocalypse to do negotiations for peace.
Have to have a peace treaty.
So we don't know how far, like, how long this has been happening or how long the breaks in between things are. Mm-hmm. But, like, you can assume a lot of time has passed.
Yeah, I mean, even in the beginning of the book with the origins too, they mentioned like literally 100 years before Darkseid finally did the baby exchange. But and even here, I mean, I don't know if it was that long, but even so, still, I would say many months, could have been years as well. But because I don't think time flows differently for them. It could, I'm not sure, but I know for the actual treaty itself. So we go into the next issue here with the actual treaty, where it's correct me if I'm wrong. Was it 5 or 7 days? 7. I think because they show each day as you're scrolling through. They show like what day you're on. I'm trying to remember if it was a 5 or 7 day, but
I think it's 5 days.
I thought it was 5 days too. Okay, so we go into a 5. Oh, no. Is it 7? 6. So we go into a 6-day long like negotiation here, and where one thing I want to point out because I thought it just stuck out to me, even though it ends up being a lie because he admits it after. But so you have Scott, Barda, and Light Ray sitting with some of the gods in Apocalypse. One of them being Calibec. This other guy that looks like an artist from like the Renaissance.
What was his name?
I know. I think they say his name. I can't remember his name now, but he looks like an artist.
They do because Scott like loses a fight to him.
Oh, Kanto?
Kanto, yeah.
Yeah, I think I only remembered it because I played a lot of Pokemon. I was like, oh, the Kanto region. So it made me think of Pokemon. But, yes, Kanto. So he goes, can I use the bathroom? And I thought this scene stuck out to me, even though it technically was just a made-up story. But it's still, about the apprentice and the painter, where they basically, to kind of summarize, the apprentice and painter, I'm not sure how long the apprentice was training under the master, but he challenges him that he feels like he could do better than him at this point. Like, like a lot of students do that in many movies where it's like, okay, now it's time for me to teach the teacher, like they feel like they surpassed him. So they have 1 year to complete this painting. The 1 year passes by, and they have 2 curtains, one for each of their paintings. The apprentice goes first. So he pulls his painting to the side, and it's literally just grapes on a plate, and everyone's like, what? Like, that's you 1 whole 365 days, that's all you did? So, but then all of a sudden, and I knew, and before I even read it, I did pick up on this because I knew, I was like, I bet it's the realism. And then all of a sudden it shows the birds coming to the painting and pecking at it, that the painting looks so realistic that they thought they were actual grapes. So then people were like, then they were freaking out and screaming. They're like, oh, that's insane. Like, the realism. So and then when they go to the master to reveal his, they're like, oh, pull your curtain aside. And then he just goes, what curtain? And then that's like the end of the story. And then it was just like, I was like, oh shit. Because that's how the master is teaching the apprentice, like, what do you mean? And like the whole time, I guess, I'm assuming that was the painting, I'm assuming? Yeah. Itself? Yeah, that's why I took it as.
There was never a curtain. It was just...
that was the painting, and I was like, and that's how I took it as. Okay, so I was right on that. But I was like, I remember laughing because I was like, oh shit. And then again, it just, I guess, having that story kind of intertwined with looking at Darkseid and Orion and the High Father with Scott, like being their sons, and how that story kind of is relevant, even though he kind of Kanto admits he made it up a little later on, because he was saying he was dating Leonardo da Vinci and all that, which wasn't true. That was a whole side thing, but
Yep.
yeah. So I mean, there's a few points that we could bring out during these days here. There's light rays.
I find it funny seeing Calabec wear glasses and like go over paperwork.
I mean, I'm gonna try to. Oh wait, he's green for me, so maybe if you want to hold it up, because I think it's gonna show up weird on my green screen with Calabec.
Like,
Yeah,
he's just this big dude.
yeah. So those of you, yeah, that's Calabec, the big ogre beast dude. That's Calabec, and he is putting on the smallest glasses known to man. I guess reading glasses, and it almost makes him look a little cute, even though he's supposed to be terrifying. I thought it was adorable, honestly. The glasses were just so funny. And he's
Light Ray is getting all uppity and being like, "You killed Orion," and
yes.
everyone just looks at him. He shuts up, and Bart is just like, "Shut the fuck up."
It just keeps coming back, and I love it. Bart is like, "Shut up."
I love Bart.
I love that every time Barta says
Bart
it
is
too.
my favorite character in this book, honestly.
Honestly, she technically, like, she's definitely a very close secondary main character to Scott, because it's insane how I almost like want to see her reactions more. And it's funny, every time she says that's Light Ray will never even bother trying to talk back or fight her. he just lets it go. But
yeah, she'll kick his ass in like 3 seconds.
yeah, I mean, Jesus, yeah, they proved that in the beginning when he first came. But so yeah, there's like little scenes like that, and then there's a shouting match. So at some point, they're reaching negotiations. I believe this is day 4 or 5 at this point, and he's like, I think Scott brings up. I'm trying to remember exactly what Scott brought up, that Calabec actually gets annoyed that he's like, you should have said that 2 days ago. This is too late in the negotiations for you to bring that up, and
it's like he said, you agreed to those terms 2 days ago. Bringing in the Sunsword Commission report at this stage is preposterous.
Yes.
And like.
No, yeah, no, that was it. The Sunsword Commissioner report, and that all of a sudden it's like you want to bring this in, and then it gets personal, because then now it's like, yeah, the personal insults start flying, and luckily I skipped
typical
right to
new
it.
Genis legalism. Nothing is ever whatever it actually is. Typical Apocalypse lies. Everything is just what it is, a lie, and that you are a lie.
Yes,
the
that
son
part.
of Darkseid betraying his people.
He literally said a shit stain on the name of God. Literally.
And what are you, the forgotten child, the mistake? The only reason he likes you is because everyone else left.
When he said that, I was like, oh shit, they're gonna start fighting. And then of course the next panel is just like
he. So the table is being supported by a bunch of like new god slaves that they have captured.
Yeah, we didn't show that. Yeah, it's like
one of which was at the trial.
Were they? Oh, they were. Yeah, you're right. He was.
But Calabec just grabs one of them and throws him against the wall so hard his head explodes.
What I like here is that, again, just showing with the artwork how masterfully well it's done. Masterfully
Very
done
visceral.
it is. Yeah,
Very
because
visceral.
like when they actually show like even the sound they made sure is like, I think it's supposed to be like the skull cracking, like like a crushing
crunch
sound. Yeah, like a crunch sound. Oof, and then even showing almost his eye like exploding out.
And then Scott is like, "Is it enough?" And Calabec is like, "Tell him about your fucking commission."
And then this is where he tries to guilt trip him, and Barta's like, "Don't fall for that. He's just trying to guilt trip you." Like
one of the best lines that Scott says here, it's Calabec, brother, when will you finally learn? I'm not some new Genesis toddler. I'm not Orion, eager to play your games. I am granny raised, and I don't waste time on the dead.
And what I like with that too is that as a reader, especially first time reader for me and not knowing anything about him previously, you do believe that, because there are so many previous panels up until this point where, I mean, you saw him in Forger got erased, whatever. Like he kept drinking his milk. Like there's like, again, because like he was very true to point. Like of like, I was granny raised. This doesn't affect me. What are you trying to intimidate me basically? And it's just like, and then he literally just goes, He's just like, he gurs. Like Calabec can't really say anything much else at that point.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so then the next day they come back after that, Scott kind of has a bit of a breakdown.
Yeah, I think that's really important to talk about, because I think it's something where throughout the whole book, and even up to the point where he's telling Calabec directly of like, hey, was that supposed to intimidate me? And then you're like, oh, he actually broke down. So I think maybe he's just been bottling in this whole time, and he finally let it loose.
And that's a trend that we see a lot with Scott, where he will bottle emotions to the point where he, like, it won't affect him in the moment, then afterwards, or it will keep building in the moment till he snaps.
Yeah.
Like, he bottles everything. It doesn't look like it affects him, and then afterwards it's just all hitting him at once.
Yeah, and honestly, like I almost, I mean, again, I didn't cry throughout this whole book, but it almost made me get like emotional seeing him as she's just talking to him. Barda's talking, but he's not responding. He's just in the shower, like, and each panel is just showing him fall to his knees and kind of like literally just huddle up like like a baby, and like just literally just like he broke down, and like it's such a sad scene to finally see it get to him. But
and then the next day, Calabec brings a gift to the negotiations: the Mirror of Goodness.
Yeah, so I didn't know about this. I know a decent amount about Granny Goodness, but I'm glad you didn't skip over that, because I even like just so I didn't have to look it up in the book. I was like, let me type it here so I don't have to quickly flip the pages. But so yeah, this Granny Goodness mirror, basically after every time that they were. Now you have to remember that their form of torture is much more than just like a CIA agent like waterboarding. Like, this is like she's putting your face into a waterfall that's made of lava. She's electrocuting you. She's stabbing you. Like, there's
skin grafts,
things you should not survive as a normal human being. So I guess the gods do. So that, and Barda says every time she would do something to us, she would make us look at this in this mirror after every skin graft, after she would every laceration, and she would fix them up. And then be like, on the outside you're beautiful, but on the inside you're mine. And like that gave me chills, and I was like, the mental manipulation of that is so intense. Again, with a lot of the trigger warnings here as we're reading it too, or if you guys purchase the book for yourself. But I'm also a big fan of enchantments. I like stuff like that in games, like witch wizard stuff. So like I love like even the enchantment like to, I guess, activate the mirror is the best way.
Yeah.
Where it says eyes. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Read it. No, read it. Oh, that's okay. I was gonna just say yeah, it's like eyes open, eyes closed. But do they see you and me? Goodness knows. And it's supposed to be Granny Goodness. So I thought it. Yeah. Then if you want to show them that panel,
can we?
It's intense. I mean,
it's pretty gory.
Yeah, it's like no flesh at all. Like, Jesus.
Yeah,
Ugh.
so he opens his eyes, and all he sees in front of him is his body after everything has been done to him. And it's like got chunks missing, he barely has any skin, it's burned, his eyes are messed up, no hair. He's just like, he looks like a burn victim.
Yeah, literally, like third-degree burns from head to toe.
And then Barda comes over and walks next to him, and she looks very similar, and they just hold each other and cry.
That made me sad too. It's just there's a lot of emotional scenes in this part.
What I love about this is it's literally a visual representation of their trauma.
Yeah.
Like, these are how broken they really are, and they put on this like facade for everyone else
that they're doing well.
This is who they really are.
Yeah. And again, just touching back to the artwork again, it's just like, I think as a reader you could laugh at it for a bit, because it's like they joke about it a lot throughout the run too, of just like the trauma that Granny did and what they went through, and that how they have this shared trauma, so that's why they fell in love. But then here, like, seeing it physically, it's like it just hits you like a truck for sure, to like actually see it on this mirror, and what she used to say to them and do to them, and that's like, oh fuck, like that was
it's such a powerful moment of just like.
And then again, I guess I'll let you finish out this this treaty here of what happens at the end.
So basically, after having that moment with Kanto, where he reveals that he actually lied, and he was just kind of trying to say things to impress Scott.
Right.
Then they take a swim in the fire lakes.
Right. I forgot about that. Also impressive artwork.
Very impressive
It was
artwork. I
very
can't show 'cause
bright.
they're naked.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was super bright, yeah.
Yeah, it's very 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 bright.
Love it.
So day 7 uh of the what's it called? The negotiations. Um
Last day,
Calibec
right?
comes back and says father has rejected our dark side does not agree to these terms.
Yeah. God.
And it's like, oh god. But then he's made an alternative proposition.
Yeah.
Darkseid is willing to withdraw all forces immediately, return all prisoners. Further, he would disarm and allow a new Genesis force to inspect Apocalypse. Finally, he would surrender the anti-life equation. Which is
huge. That's literally his whole purpose of these wars is to get this equation.
Yeah.
So as you're reading this, you're like, what the hell? Like this is not good of Darkseid.
The reason the war started was because he had it.
Oh yeah,
Like,
because that's when the High Father
they were
died, yeah.
like, oh god, what's going to happen?
We need to stop him.
We
Yeah.
forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
We did mention that like it was affecting Orion a bit, or possibly affecting Orion. But in return, Darkseid humbly asks only for one thing. He asks for custody of his grandchild Jacob Free, and asks that the boy be raised on Apocalypse, that he be raised here as the one true heir to Darkseid.
Yeah, my jaw dropped. I was like, oh my god. I was like, he's going to go to Apocalypse. He has to fight him now.
And it's the same thing of what Highfather did. For like, and it's putting Scott in the situation that his father put him in. And it's this intense thing, and as he's like breaking down, or like Scott is freezing, Bart is starting to lose it, and we see this beautiful, terrifying image of Darkseid that is just one of the greatest drawings of Darkseid I think I've ever seen.
So well done. Look at that.
It's
my god.
Like, oh my god.
Stunning. Just stunning. It's like it's
and
I mean, it's
it
still
almost feels three-dimensional. Like,
yes. Like if he's like, I mean, he's staring at you as the reader. I mean, he's looking into your own eyes, and it's just as it's almost like beautiful. It's like it's beautifully haunting. Maybe haunting is the right word for that, because it's something where, I mean, it's
intimidating.
It may not still be as terrifying as like that first time where he's like, this is the Darkseid does not do Darkseid is, like, but still this is pretty damn close, and it's just now you're getting like almost like a 3D print of him. Wow. I mean, it's just, but yeah, your jaw drops and you're like, okay, shit's gonna hit the fan. like now you're asking for his baby.
Jared spent some time on that page.
Oh yeah. He's like, let's take all the years of of this art style into use, because damn, that was just so well done. It almost breaks
art style too, because it feels like three-dimensional. It feels rounded. It's not as like jagged as the rest of his other art is.
No, not at all.
It's intense.
Yeah, so after that ends, you're just like, I remember taking a break after that because I'm like, okay, I know these last few chapters are gonna be, it's gonna be like the end here and like some final battle here. So yeah, you come back to it, and
so
do you want to continue?
They come back home, and Scott goes to a bar. Do you know who the characters he goes to the bar with are?
No, and I actually want to see because I kept looking at them and I'm like, why do they have to be some hero friends of his too, so who are they?
This is Booster Gold and Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle! Oh my god, I love Blue Beetle. So, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know who Booster Gold is.
This is, so Booster Gold was he was, I think, a football star from way in the future.
Okay.
Who got a bunch of tech to go back in time and become a superhero using just regular future tech. To become a celebrity.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah.
I mean, Mr. Miracle's a celebrity because of that too, I guess. So they're besties.
Apparently.
I know. Apparently, I guess yeah, because they just showed up.
But Booster Beetle and Blue, or, yeah, Booster Gold and Blue Beetle are blue and gold. Like that's their team name. They're always together. They're always yeah.
Because I know Beetle from like the animations, but I never seen Booster Gold with him. Okay,
this Blue Beetle is Ted Cord. He's the second Blue Beetle.
Okay.
The first one, Dan Garrett, we don't really talk about too much because he's like a Silver Age hero. But Ted Cord's like the main one when you see him in like a cloth costume. And he uses tech. He doesn't actually use the scarab itself. He uses tech based on the scarab.
Okay.
And then after he died, the scarab went to Jaime, who becomes like the Blue Beetle that can like shapeshift.
Oh.
And is the one that the movie was made for.
Like, yeah, I was like, I don't remember that. Oh, wait, is that one of his abilities? I didn't know he could shapeshift.
Yeah, the scarab, like, it makes like an Iron Man suit around him, and then he can also like create any weapon he can imagine. It's like a symbiote almost.
Yeah, because I know the show. I mean the armor, but I didn't. Okay, I thought you meant like shapeshift into like other humans or something.
Oh no! It can just transform into like whatever he wants.
Like weapons. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was like, you can do that. Okay.
Different kinds of ray guns or swords. Like at one point in the movie, he gets like a giant Buster Sword, and it's like
Final Fantasy.
I love that movie. It's great. I'm glad that it's still apparently going to be in continuity for the new DCU. So.
No, I know, but I hope they come out with more movies because I know MCU's killing them. But I would love to see more DC.
Oh, they've got a good slate lined up, pretty good right now.
Ooh, okay, I'm excited to. I gotta see, and that's another thing. I gotta catch up on Marvel movies.
Blue Beetle specifically will be back in an animated series with the same.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Yes. All right, I'm excited for that. But sorry, no, you could continue with the bar.
But yeah, it's just them, like. They're drunk and they're talking about like,
it's
blue
so
and
funny.
gold and red and green and yellow. Like, but yeah, that's what the reference to blue and gold was. When they're talking
them
about
being as
colors.
a team. Yeah, because when they mentioned that, it's so funny that you're talking about it now. Because when I read that, not knowing who the two of them were, I was like, that has to be some type of hero reference or team.
Yeah.
And like, so that's what it was. Okay, so I was trying to piece it together. And then again, this is the second time that comes up more in a funnier scenario because he's drunk with the Batman.
Yeah.
Because
kills babies.
Yeah, Batman kills babies. Cause like, so basically he comes home super drunk. She doesn't want to deal with it. She's like, whatever, just go to bed. And like she's telling him,
just don't puke.
Yeah, just don't puke. And like, I think this is when he finally breaks down in the shower. And I think it's because he doesn't want to give his baby up. I mean, that's just how do you even deal with that mentally? And he's drowning everything out, and I think he's just kind of wallowing in his sorrows, which is probably the reason why he drank in the first place. He just wants to get drunk, and now I guess the shower, which is true for those of you that don't drink. I just know I don't drink as much anymore, but when I used to, usually when if someone's very, very drunk and you want to help wake them up or bring them back to reality, then you put them under a cold shower or something like that. And, so I think the shower scene is him coming back to his senses, and then he has the breakdown.
Yeah, because they both have this trauma response of bottling up things and then like not processing it until it's like coming out in some physical way, which we immediately see with Barda. Where like she's just talking about putting down the baby to go to sleep, and then
Barda's ignoring it at this point. She's trying not to think about it.
Scott mentions the war once, and she breaks a poster behind him.
Yeah, she won't even talk about it. She
shatters a frame and just walks away.
Yeah, and he keeps trying. He's like, we have to, and she's like, just refusing. And I get it, So one funny thing that I wrote here, because most of this issue before it leads up to anything with Darkseid, is that it's just him doing these errands. They're having the baby's first birthday party. They're like, oh, he's not gonna remember it, so we don't have to do it on the day of his birthday. Like, we could do it Friday, and he's getting the Batman cake. So at one point,
a lot of the events of the book are just leading up to these, like a countdown to these big events.
Yes,
Like,
yes, and so
countdown to
nothing
the
is like
trial, countdown to
yes.
execution, countdown to negotiations, countdown to having to give up Jacob. Like,
Yeah, the 3 days before execution. I loved actually in the trials. I love like them putting like day one, day two. Like I kind of like that
mm-hmm.
being like listed out. So even here, I mean, it's a funny note that I took because obviously I know it's not true, but um, you know, as he's going around, he's debating. He's like obviously like no parent wants to go through that. You would never want to give up your kid, and that's your whole world. But it could save millions of people. So and he knows he's gonna lose the war. So he's actually contemplating giving up Jacob and he talks to the lady with the cake, and she's like, "That didn't really go anywhere. That was just like trying to like let's do it for Friday. I'll give you the cake." Well, I actually, when I called it Party City, I don't know where he went to, but like a Party City type of store where he's getting the balloons and decorations, and the guy there has more of a conversation with him, and I think the guy probably the clerk must have took it as a joke, but he literally told him the honest story of like. So I'm trying to end this war, and I have to give it my son for it. Like, what would you do? like,
Yeah,
and
because he's just like, who else do I turn to? Like, I don't really
yeah,
have close friends. Like, I need someone from a third party to just kind of just tell it to me straight.
No, yeah, and I think that's when him visiting Oberon's grave and stuff. Like I think again where it comes back to Oberon being his only true friend outside of Barda, and
and this guy mentions that like the whole point of life is to maximize happiness for the most people.
I love
almost
that
like
point.
a life equation.
Yeah, like that's why I was like, and then because anti-life would be like the evil part of it, like trying to, and then like having an actual life equation to sustain life. So then I actually, when he put that whole thing of like, because basically the crook was trying to insinuate, yeah, you should give up the baby because that would save the most people. I actually wrote in my notes just to be funny. I was like, Party City Clerk, Agent of Darkseid? Question mark. I was like, did someone plant him there? But it was just funny. I wrote it down because I was like, oh, he's telling him to give up the sun. I was like, no, fight Darkseid. Because in my head, I'm like, no, you got to fight Darkseid. But I also understand that if it was me in that situation, I would think about it at least. I mean, you could save millions of lives here, and also not even just on New Genesis, but even where he is on Earth. So it's just it's a lot to think about, especially for one life. But it's also like your first and only kid.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just that I just had to write that as like a funny thing, and I think last night me and you had spoke about it because in the same vein where Flashman talks about a drawing. Even though I don't think the kid drew it himself, maybe he did because it looks like a kid's drawing.
There's one scene before that.
Oh yeah, important. Oh in the park.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you can talk about that with Barda if you like. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott and Barda have an argument about. Again, this is Barda bottling up a lot of things to the point where like it gets to her breaking point.
She finally breaks.
She's talking about his suicide attempts and talking about like how much she's had to also put up with while Scott is kind of lost in his own world a little bit.
He is, yeah. I think a lot of people don't talk about that with like I said in the beginning. I knew we were coming to this, but now that we're here, it's just like of the family member or friend or spouse of the victim of how much they really have to go through as well. It's like she just has to deal with all this shit, and you're treating it like it's not her going through it too, and also just from a writing standpoint, like great job on the writers because this is something where that suicide attempt happened so early on in the book with so many events that have happened with the treaty, the trial, the death of Orion. Now Darkseid finally showed his face. Like you kind of almost forget about it up until this point that like, oh yeah, that happened in the beginning where he tried to hurt himself, and then like it brings it back to that to remind you of like what has happened since the beginning, kind of like almost giving you a little bit of a recap during her breakdown, to bring you back of like, yeah, don't forget that happened.
And she's being very much like, we're not going through with this. Like,
yeah, and then this is and again, not surprising. I mean, look, when the trial happened, she was like, we're gonna go beat Orion's ass. Like I knew this was gonna happen. Like there was except like. This, as a reader, got me a bit more sad because I didn't know much about Orion to know if he could actually beat them or not. And unfortunately, Darkseid got to him first. But, like, if you know anything about Darkseid, I'm like, oh, God, they're both going to die. Because, like, it's just something, it's very hard to defeat him in general. I mean, I think even in Justice League,
it usually takes the whole Justice League. And even then, they have to have some kind of secret, like, weapon or something.
Yeah, and the only person, because I guess Darkseid is just Although, I mean, technically, I guess in his world, he is pretty smart, but, you know, compared to something like Batman, I mean, Batman outsmarts him, but, like, and he's probably been one of the few to actually have beaten him. Even when Batman was in the chair and he took him over and had him as a slave, even when they saved him at the end, it was still part of his plan. Like, Batman thinks, like, 100 steps ahead. Like, it's just, like, it's so ridiculous. So, yeah, I think he's the only one that truly have beaten him, because Superman never did either. I mean, he used to drag him. So, at this point, me knowing about Darkseid, if you didn't know, I guess you wouldn't think much of it, but just knowing about a lot of the animation that I've seen and just reading about him as well, that I was like, damn, this could be like literally a final point where in my head I was like, if they don't kill both characters, I think one of them will, whether it's Barda or Scott. So I was thinking one of them would not survive. So that's where my head was, where I was like, it makes this scene a lot more poignant for me, because I'm like, damn, this could be like a final thing she says to him, because God knows what's going to happen if they confront Darkseid. Yeah, so this is
Very
sadder. Yeah, it's really sad.
So then we go to a bit more of a lighthearted scene
Where
they're setting up for the birthday party. And it's just a Stan Lee parody because this comic that apparently
Excelsior.
the kid drew, but he's like pitching it as this whole thing. The plot is literally the pitch that they had for Galactus.
I was about to say, so like last night, and you stopped me because you're like, last night you're like, save it for the podcast, but I was about to, that was the part I was talking about, because as soon as I saw that, I'm like the Star Eater, I'm like, oh my god, that's Galactus,
The
like
golden retriever rather than the silver server.
The server, yeah, everything, and that Jacob's befriending the dog, and then he doesn't eat it or something, right? What is it? Oh, that Batman defeats him because he loves Batman or something.
Yeah.
Which is like not even the same universe as Marvel, but it just was. The second I saw that, I was like, we have to talk about that. That was just so funny. It was so obvious, and he screams Excelsior like 5 times in this book, like just to be an ass.
Mm-hmm. And then he's like, and that's the meaning of life, like because that's the way Stan would pitch these like wild, crazy, like stories.
Yeah.
Like obviously, Funky's like very much a heightened parody.
Right.
But it wasn't too far off.
Yeah, because you would think he would go much more ridiculous, but
a lot of people in the Marvel bullpen were very annoyed with Stan.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't just Jack. Okay.
It was mainly Jack, but it was a few of them.
Oh, okay. See, like that's why like I love hearing like some of the backstory here. And then like this is
so seeing just the blatant parody is very funny.
And then the next scene, of course, after that, which is like more lighthearted, is when they get a bit more serious now. And I honestly thought, I was like, oh my god, is he gonna tell her? Because after the scene in the park, then after he spoke to the clerk in Party City and everything, like, did he make the decision to actually be like, I'm gonna give it up? And then he's laying with her on the couch, and he's like, I'm going to kill my father. And I was like, yes, do it. I was like, look, even if you both die, you at least, you're not gonna just give up your son all willy nilly like that. You try to save him. And I was like, just do it. And like, it's just Barda's natural reaction. She's like, all right, sounds good.
Yeah, she's like, sounds good. I'll come too.
Like, it was just so. Their relationship is everything. And then we get into our next issue.
So they get a veggie tray.
Oh, there goes this scene. I think it might. Wait, it might. I don't think there's any green on here, so maybe I could show it. But this is what we were talking about earlier. I mean, this Darkseid eating a fucking carrot. I thought I would never see the day here. Like, if we could just. Sorry, right. Yeah, he's dipping into it, and look at him. And he looks like he actually kind of. I mean, I guess in Darkseid, like facial expressions, I think he kind of enjoys it.
It's impossible to sell.
Yeah, it's impossible, but you know it's funny because Darkseid just you'll see throughout this entire scene that he just doesn't say a word. Like, I think he doesn't feel like he needs to, or maybe he feels they're beneath him for him to even talk to them. Because he's not a man of many words even when you see him in the animated series, but he talks a bit more.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, because you may even know more about Darkseid than I do, so I'm not sure how he is normally.
Well, before they get to him, like, they put Jacob in a stroller.
Yes.
And they get his little Batman stuffy. And they get there, and Barda sees one of her sisters. and they actually have like a nice little reunion, and then they go in. Scott going, never underestimate the power of a veggie tray, immediately into Darkseid eating a carrot, and then like I was saying at the beginning of this, they break the nine panel structure to show how massive Darkseid is.
Yes. Oh my god. When I saw that, I was like, oh shit. Like, and
Like,
you feel the overwhelming presence.
3 whole
Yes. Oh, I love it. And at the bottom, and on the next page, like,
it's anytime he's shown, it's all 3 of the panels to
yes.
show how massive he is.
And then with is that like one of his? Looks like a wizard.
It's
I don't know what it is.
Desaad, who's kind of like his
Oh,
advisor.
Ah, his advisor. Okay. Yeah, you're right. His name is Desaad. So I think this is where yeah, for the most part, to summarize here, I mean, he is. They do make Bart and Scott are popping a few jokes here and there, but basically he's saying, I'm going to give them to you, and then another really, I mean, God, everything with Darkseid is just so fucking cool. They go into a few cute scenes of the baby touching his face and stuff, which in my head I was like, oh my god, he's like an evil devil person. I was like, please don't hurt this baby.
And like you were saying the whole time, Darkseid's not talking. Like,
nope.
Desaad is talking for him the entire time.
And I took it more as like, like he's too good to be, like they're too beneath him for him to even speak.
It mirrors how Orion was with
originally.
Michael.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Very much so.
Where like he would just look at him and Light Ray would do all the talking.
Yeah, because Orion didn't even talk until they finally kneeled, and then he spoke up. So like, he refusing to talk to them. So same thing with Desaad here, and for the most part, they're telling Darkseid we're going to do it, and Desaad makes a really good point, which I guess I didn't expect, so it shocks you because I didn't think about this as a reader, just seeing this panel for the first time. Of like, the only thing he can't, he's going to go through everything he said, give back all the POWs. We're gonna let your people from New Genesis inspect, make sure everything is good, and then give up the anti-life equation. But then Desaad makes a good point of like, well, the knowledge is in his head. He obviously can't give that up, but something I didn't know, especially I actually read a good amount about Darkseid, is that the anti-life equation is in his Omega beams or in his eyes. Like, and I was like, oh,
well, the Omega beams are the key to it. So
it's activated. Okay.
So if he doesn't have both eyes, he can't use his Omega beams.
Right.
And he can't use the Omega sanction. And thus he plucks out one of his own eyes and gives it to Barda.
Yeah, and the way he does it, I mean, when you guys read the panels, he just does it so like, okay, pop. Like, it's just like so calmly.
Desaad's just like explaining like the equation, like, and as he's explaining, Darkseid's just in the back going.
Literally, and they're showing like the tendons that are attached to the eyeball slowly coming out. Like, it's a little gory. And he's just there with his like a hole in his face. He's bleeding. He's like, whatever. What I do like is, again, just this masterful illustration of Darkseid. Normally his eyes are always glowing red, not only because of just his character, like the type of god that he is, but it's because of the Omega beams. And I guess pulling one out because he's weakened, it shows that the glow of the red around his eyes has kind of went down a bit. It's not as bright. Yeah. But he had both eyes.
We should also say that when they got there, Barda's sister was like, Liliana.
Yes.
Or Leilani.
Oh, sweet Leilani. Oh my god, we forgot about that. Yeah, Leilani. And she's like, Big Barda.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But she's like, you can't have your weapons when you go in to meet him.
Yeah, she's like, what, our baby? The stroller.
So they give him the weapons, and yeah, it's just them and the stroller. And then Scott asks to say goodbye to his son and hold him one last time, and so he does, and he kind of goes on this monologue about how he's like, I don't know what my father said when he gave me up. I probably would have hated the words, but I just don't think about this, don't remember it, just kind of know that your father, that I love you, Jacob Free. I love you so much. And then he looks at Barda and goes, okay, honey, I got him. and
Yeah.
she pulls up the stroller, and it's a fucking laser gun.
And it's something that's not said throughout this entire book, because the whole I know we didn't really beat it to death during our podcast, but it will be beaten to death as you read it, of like, Mr. Miracle can escape anything. Mr. Miracle can escape anything, and it's said multiple times of how he can escape literally anything. So then this beam is literally called the Miracle Beam, that you cannot, and it's the only thing that Mr. Miracle cannot escape. And like, it's just so funny hearing this 100 times throughout the book of how he can escape anything. And you'll hear Barda say a few times to him when they're going to sleep of like, oh, can you escape this? And then like, it culminates to here, and it's so fucking good.
The Miracle Machine, which was in one of the crises. I don't remember which one specifically. But like, yeah, it's a fairly big thing in the DC universe for the Miracle Machine.
I never heard of that. Up. And that beam, like, so just I know you're gonna go ahead, but just backtrack like just very little bit. But it's because it is something that I had forgot to mention during even going as far back as the trial of when he has this little monologue with his son before pretending to give him up, obviously, and he's like, I know I would have hated the words that my father said to me, but I do truly love you and everything. So one of his first points during the trial, as Orion's barraging him with these questions, is that where we see that Mr. Miracle might break down and then he finally freaks out and punches him, is when he's talking about the High Father. And I forgot that was a poignant moment for me too, about that he's like, my name's not Mr. Miracle or Scott Free. Actually, I don't have a name. Why didn't he name me? And he gets silent. And it's like, because a parent not naming you is probably one of the biggest insults, or like them really showing that they don't care. And I remember how I felt. I remember in this part at the end, right before Barda pulls out the Miracle Beam, of like, made me think of that, of how much he truly cares, and that naming his kid was so important because of him not having an actual name. That Scott Free was just what Granny taunted him with. That wasn't an actual name. So it's like, that was just a backtrack to that, because that was a very poignant moment that it made me think back to the trial. And I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, so go ahead. The Miracle Beam's hitting Darkseid.
And she's basically just going like, nothing stops it, nothing slows it, nothing survives it. In other words, you motherfucker, there is no escape.
I love Barda.
As she's doing that, Darkseid is slowly getting up and pushing back against the Miracle Machine. And it's just like, oh no.
Yeah. I was like, this is Darkseid. This is nobody... different level of any other god.
And it seems like in one hit, he just puts her down. Yeah. And
honestly, I thought she died.
It's a panel. It's another one of the Darkseid is panels, and he says, "Yes, I am," and that's the only words he's said up to this point.
Yeah, and it's just, and again, as a reader, I'm like, she's dead. I mean, the way...
Is it the only words he says? It's the only words he says the entire book. It's just, yes, I am.
I can't show it because the Miracle Beam is actually green, but do you mind showing it? It just looks so well drawn. Like, I love how it is. Yeah, look at that! I love it! It's so well done with the Miracle Beam, and you can see him, like, at first, like, falling to his knees, everything, and then he's pushing it back, and we're like, oh, crap. Darkseid is. So no, it's so well done there, and I'm gonna try to show it on mine because I could show it here. It's gonna be hard to focus on this corner panel.
Have fun.
Loved hearing out talk. Gonna go watch wrestling. No problem, man. I'll probably talk to you a bit after. Thank you for joining today, especially it's our first one. Always appreciate the support. I should have put it in our links, but just for anyone that I know, whoever's been here, I appreciate it, and I know some people are leaving, but in the panels below and also just right below the stream here. This will be also on YouTube, so if it's something you couldn't catch it live, you'll be able to catch it on YouTube later. And of course after I'll send you the broadcast. Yeah, so right here, I'm gonna try to focus on this bottom corner. There we go. It's a little bit hard to see because of the green screen, but I'm trying to show when he actually hits Barda, and you see her on the floor there in that little corner. How
it just kind of shows him like going above her and then suddenly on the ground.
And you can see her like bleeding out from her face where he hits her, and like it scared me. I was like, oh, I think he killed her, because I mean look how massive Darkseid is. Imagine getting hit by him. Like one hit is all you need to die from Darkseid.
And Desaad basically says like, you violated the agreement. He regrets the loss of his eye, but there might be one way to replace it if he takes yours, High Father.
Oh,
And
he's trying to take
just
Scott's
goes,
eye, yeah.
"Fuck you."
So I think now we go back to the hospital scene with the Farron knife.
Well, then Scott gets his ass beat.
Yes, he does.
And like
Pretty hard, pretty bad.
Jacob's crying. The veggie tray's spilled.
Not the veggie tray.
And yeah, Scott's just like trying to get back up, and he's struggling a lot with it.
I mean,
and then you just hear Barda go, "Scot-free, stand."
Oh, Shadow Reaver, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but he said Darkseid is doing the looking down POV meme.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Barda. Sorry, go ahead. That was funny. I love that Shadow.
But yeah, she says, "Scot-free, stand." He goes standing as he pulls out a Farron knife and plunges it into Darkseid's eye socket.
So I love that as
screaming, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you."
Which Barda gets mad at him for later. but bro, as a reader, you have no idea how hyped it gets you, because even as a reader, you're like, yeah, fuck him. Like, it's just like.
and what Gerads does wonderfully with these pages is every single page, the page turn is the like it's almost like a cliffhanger on every page. Like,
yes.
Like so at the very end of this is like him standing, grabbing the Farron knife, and then immediately you turn the page and he's attacking Darkseid. And it's like so every single thing is a setup and a payoff on every page. And it is so good. It is so well put together.
And even just I'm looking at now the art style when he plunges into his eye and the blood squirting out, like it's so like visceral. Yeah, like there's no other word for it. Like, and it's just and then again, as I'm thinking the same thing as I'm sure you're all thinking, which we'll be able to explain, because I'm like, well, that Farron knife is made from Darkseid, which when they're in the hospital with the Fury, Canso, no, it's not Canso, sorry. Well, whatever her name is, she does tell Mr. Miracle that this is made from. That's why it's a special knife that burns you from the inside out. It's made from, having one of the strongest gods from his flesh, basically. So it was Darkseid's knife. So then I'm like, well, if that's Darkseid's own knife, why is it hurting him?
Another one.
Right, which I'm gonna let you explain, because originally when I'm reading, I'm like, wait, that knife was made from Darkseid. That shouldn't even hurt him. It's his own flesh, and then they explain it.
Well, yeah, no, the other one was made from the flesh of someone else.
Oh, I thought it was Darkseid himself. It's not?
No, the first one was someone else.
Oh, okay. Because it was someone on Apocalypse.
This one was made from his flesh, and it's the only reason it can kill him.
No. Remember the one he kills Darkseid with should be made from Orion's, no? That's why because I think...
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Because I think that the whole prophecy is that someone will kill him, but I guess this was the roundabout way of doing it because Orion died. But no, it was like so good.
Yeah. Remember Orion, the guy the prophecy says is the only one who can kill you. That blade in your brain is made of Orion. Yeah.
Yes, my God, so damn good. And then after all that, like, where it was like almost 18 panels of this baby wailing, like, wah, like screaming at the top of his lungs. Now the baby's like, okay, and he's just playing with like the dirt. the baby's all calm now.
And I love Barda's like, what happened to escape this? I thought we agreed on escape this.
Yeah. She's just yelling at him. He's like, that's gonna be because
his first word's gonna be fuck.
Yeah, because at this point he's has said dad a few times. I think he said mama once. Oh, in the park, and when they were arguing in the park, he said mama, and then I think in this panel before it ends, I think he says like something like that, but FUG like fug or something like that, something close to it, and like. And she's like, I told you not to say that in front of him. But like, come on. He goes, I was in the moment. It was so good. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, hello, fuck that. I would have been like, fuck you. So then also
his
another
first word's going to be fuck. He already has first words. I hope you're fucking happy. Well, I am fucking happy.
And then the next big reveal.
Then Desaad, who's been standing off to the side the whole time, lowers his hood, and it's Metron.
That shocked the hell out of me. Even more than anything with Darkseid.
He says, "You have slain the devil. You've seen fear, embraced fear, mastered fear. You've seen love, embraced love, been mastered by love." And then Bart is immediately like, "Metron, you fucking..."
Yeah. Because, I mean, I honestly was almost where Barta was at, because it's like, in my head, I'm like, was this all like some weird game show thing and he won the prize? Like, it was a little weird how Metron appeared and said, it almost seems like set up. So I see where Barta's like upset.
So then Metron says, "Where you are is not where you should be, Scot-free."
Snap, snap.
And we get this beautiful double-page splash of Orion showing the actual in-continuity DC universe.
So I know that even in the birthday party, he was kind of doing like a jest of almost inviting them. I mean, has he been fully part of them at one point? Because the Justice League members are his friends, are they not? I think Batman knows him.
He knows them. He's worked with them. He's not actually been a member of the League. I don't.
Okay.
But he just knows them.
Because I remember him talking about like inviting some of them to the birthday party and stuff like that. Yeah, because I love that we get to see. I mean, come on, I love my Teen Titans. You get to see Starfire and Cyborg. I see everyone, but are Beast Boy and Raven in that splash? Do you see it? I can't see all of them. I don't see them, but I see Swamp Thing.
I see Adam Strange. Like from the top right is Adam Strange, Forager, Firestorm.
Sorry, I'm looking at
Hawkman, Batman, Starfire, Highfather, Wonder Woman, Orion, Swamp Thing, both Barry and Wally Flashes.
Oh, there were both Flashes.
Yeah. Donna Troy on the bottom right. Big Barda. Yes. There's Wallace West, the other Kid Flash.
Why are there 3 Flashes here?
Yeah. There's a lot of Flashes.
Yeah.
Cyborg, Nightwing, Green Arrow, or not Green Arrow, Green Lantern, Hawk Girl, Superwoman, Streaky, or Supergirl, not Superwoman.
Yeah, Supergirl. Yeah.
Yeah,
so is that the cat? Cat
is the evil version.
I see Nightwing. Wait, is the cat Streaky?
Yeah.
I never seen a cat. I only know about Crypto with the dog.
So there was an animated series of Crypto the Superdog.
Oh, with all the animals. Yes, no, the animals. And the cat was in there. You're
like
right.
The side
You're right. Yeah,
it's Supergirl's cat who's very fast.
It was focused on like literally just the pets.
Yeah.
I hate that they show Light Ray. Fuck. I don't care. Even after being at the end of the book, fuck Light Ray.
There's Superboy, Alan Scott, Green Lantern, Deadman, Martian Manhunter, Booster Gold, and then I don't know who that is in the very back. I don't know who that is.
Behind Light Ray?
Yeah. Yeah,
he's like so far. He's wearing a suit, but he has a spear, almost like Namor does. No, right?
Wait, no. Oh, that's Starman. Because that's the
Starman.
That's the Star Rod.
The Star Rod. That's what he's holding, a rod. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know Starman.
Down to Stargirl, who I was in the Stargirl TV show. So.
Oh, okay. Wait, I didn't know that. All right, throwing out the credentials. Actually, after this scene, I did want to have more of your opinion, because this is basically the final scene. I mean, we're getting to the final issue pretty much, and more here, because even after reading the final issue, it's a bit like back and forth. I think some people are saying that Metron is kind of showing him what could have been if he decided to stay with New Genesis or Apocalypse, like both sides. So I'm not sure if it's like something that's truly happening, or Metron showing him what could have been.
I'll explain it after.
Oh, okay. Because even reading it and like fully looking at that, I'm still not 100% sure.
It does have a reason.
Yeah, and then because in this final issue, he's also speaking to each of these people that have passed, and they're talking to him like they're there, like Forager and Granny and Oberon. So like it's just yeah, it's a little hard to
he
tell.
shaves in front of the mirror.
Yes.
And Bart is
the
like,
Granny
"Why
Goodness
did you
mirror.
put the mirror?" and he's talking to Granny, and it's like,
why would you have that mirror in your bathroom? That's insane.
Yeah. It's in your head. You're insane. You're making it up to escape.
And then even in his own head, unless that is really Granny talking to him, she's still guilt tripping him, mentally fucking him. Like, Jesus, let it go.
Well, because that's all he knows her as. Like,
yeah. She's like, how could you leave Granny? I was like, oh, Jesus.
Barda finally has her fight with Kanto and knocks him out in one punch. Also doing a fun break of the 9
the triple panel. I will say I laughed so hard at that because like Cancel's like trying to say a whole thing. She's like, she's like, shut up.
her busting through the panel to knock him out.
Yeah, literally that ended in 2 seconds. He was done.
Mm-hmm.
It was too funny.
And Forager is saying like, well, you're in hell forever.
Yeah. I like this conversation with Forager.
Yeah, the conversation with Forager is really interesting because Scott's just kind of like, well, even if that is what it is, I'm okay here. Like,
yeah, because Forager's trying to tell him it doesn't get better. This is why it's called hell. It is what it is.
You actually found a way to escape. You decided not to escape.
Yeah. Which is both because he's on New Genesis and Apocalypse now, kind of. So like he's kind of on both. Because then Orion appears.
Yeah. They find out that they're pregnant with a second kid. Orion appears, and he has this conversation with him that is just like you might as well be dead if nothing is happening.
Yeah, like if there
is easy and nice.
Mm-hmm. Which I do agree with too. I agree with Orion on that end. Like it's like, what's the point of living?
Funky has with great power comes a great responsibility.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh god, I rolled my eyes at that so hard. I was like, come on, Funky. Like again, but it also makes you laugh because you know Jack is really trying to stick it in there. So you really feel that with Jack Kirby just trying to like really throw him under the bus like that, but.
It's this comic is halfway Jack Kirby brought back to life. Like,
so I will say
Tom King really channeled his Jack Kirby.
No, 100%. And I will say I love that he's talking to all these people. He's seeing like all these past. Again, I'm most likely in his head. I'm assuming. I don't think they're actual souls talking to him. But like, I like in this panel. After you've seen Granny, Orion, Oberon, Forager, then and he's just laying there with his son on his chest, that his feet are kicked up, and he's actually like laying with Darkseid there. And it's one of the first times where you see more of like not him being just overwhelmingly scary. I kind of knew where it was going, and I'm glad the book explained that I was going in the right direction at least, but just showing
him into a single panel.
Oh, they did. Oh, and, except I guess that middle where it showed like all three, and then he's looking down on him. But in the middle panel where they took all three, but it's just that it's something where packing him into the single panel on top is funny though, because he looks like he literally looks so squished in, like tight, because they're trying to pack him. But the thing is that I like that whole showing like father to father to father, like, and then like Miss Miracle spells it out for you in the next few pages of showing the generations behind him and ahead of him. But it's more important to live in the present type of thing. So I do like seeing this with Darkseid. And the next page there, which is to the right of what you just showed, they showed it right in the beginning, and then they only showed it again towards the end, where I love where it shows like him being in school kind of. And they show that once at the beginning where like which is Oberon's joke that he took from the beginning of like that they asked the kid to draw anything and he drew God, and they're like, oh, you don't know what God looks like, and he's like, well, you know what it is now, or something like that. It's supposed to be the joke, and then here they're actually explaining because, I'm glad this came up because it's something like I would not have thought to bring it up either because it's such a unimportant comment, but after the trial where like they decide to go and kill Orion and they're going up there, the guards are literally, I think chatting about. They're like, what happens to the other worlds? And the guard's like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, we're the fourth world. What happens to the first three? Like, there's a joke about it before Barda comes in and just, bashes their brains in. But it actually is brought up here in this last panel, which I love, that they brought it back to, like, such an insignificant moment, and it's brought to, like, oh, the first world was this, second, third, and where you are now. Which I thought was really interesting. So, and then, of course, I actually put this as a note because this scene, like, made my blood boil. I'm not a fan of this scene with the High Father. Because that pissed me off, and I agree with Scott 100%. I'm glad that what happened. You could talk about that if you like. I know it's an important scene there.
So here's kind of a little bit of the explanation of what actually happened.
Okay, great. Yes, I want to hear.
So Highfather goes, as I once did, you faced the anti-life equation. It affected you, warped your world, you fought against it, almost escaped it, but not quite. You were not as strong as I, sadly. You could not make the choice I had to make. And yeah, he's like, there's no shame in failure.
Yeah, like some bullshit. I was like, are you feeding him this? First of all, he won because he actually defeated him. And
then justifiably,
it pissed me off.
Scott knocks the fuck out of Hot.
Good. Yeah. Out of his own dad because, go fuck yourself. Because the thing is that, again, for those of you that are going to read it, when you get up to the treaty section, that is the whole part, again, of basically that happening all over again of, like, you need to give up your son now to end this war. And, when he punches him in the face, he's basically telling him, he goes, I didn't fail. I did what you couldn't do. He's like, all those years ago, you should have saved me and you gave me up to Darkseid. And it's just like, like that it's something where always fighting for your kid and believing in what is best. And the High Father didn't put up any resistance. And then to come and like actually rub it in his face, like, are you kidding me? Like trying to guilt trip him of like, oh, you couldn't do you. I was like, he did save the world and kept his baby. He was able to do both. And he's still High Father. Well, Scott is anyway. But like, it's just like, and that's when he's like on the floor. He's like, "You hear me, boy? I am your father. I am your God." And it's like that's not the face of God. But I like in the beach section is that the face of God is who you are when you look in the mirror and what you think of yourself, and I think therefore I am type of thing. And it's like Scott's basically telling him, "You don't control me. Darkseid doesn't. It's me." So it's like. I had to put that as one of my points because I was like, this scene is one of my favorite there where he just knocks him the fuck out. So
yeah, absolutely.
The High Father was annoying the hell out of me.
So then we just kind of have this resolution scene where he talks to Oberon, and he just kind of breaks down, and he comforts him. Like Oberon comforts him and like tells him that it's all right. Oberon is very much supposed to be kind of Jack Kirby-esque.
Okay.
And then at the very end, he said, "Kid, all this, it'll break your heart. Can't escape that. But if you're good, if you stay good, you'll know there's someone out there who will help you put it back together."
Yeah, and especially with the kid, he's like put a big smile on this old craggy face. Like I just think, and even though there's only so few scenes with Oberon, it's like it makes you smile in those scenes because you could tell he's talking to someone that's like it's like a warming moment, like he's talking to a true friend. So like I really like those scenes there. It kind of gives a different take.
And then it ends with him and Barda just relaxing on the couch, just he said that Jake put the remote in the dishwasher so they can't turn on something.
Yeah.
And then she says Darkseid is. He says, "Yeah, I know, but we are too."
Yeah. And that because at one point it was again a smaller scene that because we're summarizing, we decided to skip over, but again going back to even Darkseid is, and there's when he first becomes High Father and Light Ray's reporting to him, Light Ray's basically trying to fight him on something that like, well, Orion wouldn't do that, and then he quickly like cuts him off and he's like, Orion isn't, but I am, or Darkseid is, something like that, and like it's just like again like seeing, it's kind of trying to hark back. I know it can be sometimes a little hard to read, but especially towards the end there of like being that you're in the present, because even in this end of the lasting panel he's talking about seeing the generations before him and after him. It's like it's good to see that, but it doesn't matter now because I'm living in the present, and that's why he even. And they say Darkseid is because that is was at the present moment, and when he tries to say Orion isn't but I am, it's the same thing. That's just like you exist in the here and now, like not in a past tense or a future tense. So I like that they come more or less. I mean, even at the end of the book, you're still kind of putting your own spin on that because it's still not directly spelled out for you, although they're giving you hints. So
Yeah.
I like how they did that. So that's the actual end of the book there. So I was like, did you want?
Oh.
No, I just want to say, did you want me to go first, or do you want to do like some final conclusion
I
thing?
want to hear your thoughts because
Okay.
you're the new reader. You're going into this for the first time. So what is your conclusion to all this at the end?
So for me, it's like just looking at the book as an overarching theme was just with, also with just finding love and that kind of perseverance, because that really shows like really trying to push through no matter what's happening. Him trying to hurt himself in the beginning, the trial where he could have been killed, and for a while there on that, a lot of these things were more last minute, where him and Barda were pulling each other, where like they're both hanging from a rope, but the other person's lifting them up so they don't hang themselves, type of thing, right? Like you're trying to really pull them up, where because again in both the trial and in the peace treaty, those were more last minute decisions. Those weren't things planned from the beginning, except obviously hitting him with the miracle beam, but that still wasn't. They didn't have a lot of time to plan that either. So a lot of it was like going through those trials and tribulations, the shared trauma that they had. Even with the trial, I mean, they were fully prepared to be like, hey, let's spend this last day at the beach and go to a carnival type of thing, and I'm going to be executed tomorrow, and like coming to terms with something that seems like inescapable, and again Mr. Miracle escapes it because that's supposed to be the theme with him. And the peace treaty as well, where it's like, I know my son could save millions, but I it's like obviously you don't want to give up your own son, but he almost thought about doing it as well, and really really teetering on those decisions. And so it's perseverance, of course, pushing through, but lifting each other up, because a lot of that, the overarching theme of the book to me is really like even with their relationship. I mean, just, and again, whether that's someone you're married to, as in this case in the book, whether it's a really strong friendship, a family member, it's just something where really being there to help someone through these tough times and to really make them see what the reality is, because when you're in that deep dark depression, it can warp your sense of reality and what's actually happening and what isn't. As we saw, the decline of the mental state was very quickly introduced in the beginning of this book. That didn't take long at all. So get a little bit of his origins, and then all of a sudden it goes into everything that he's trying to do to escape. When he quite literally escaped death, they were trying to make kind of make fun of that point, or Funky Flashman was trying to anyway. And so and then of course seeing the out of all of this, where they're literally in heaven, literally in hell, and they still had two beautiful children out of it. Like again, it's just the constant perseverance and pushing through and not giving up, because that again, like even going back as far as the first sequence, like the first scene showing that with Orion, as soon as he's trying to hurt himself, he gets back from the hospital, and Orion's telling him stand back up, and then he's like standing, and it's like he goes on teaching him like it's something where, why are you giving up? Like that's not what you should be doing. That's not what we do. Again with Barda doing that to him as well. Everything with the trial where he was fully about to give up and he just answered his questions, gave in, and then he fought back at the end. And the same thing with Darkseid, where all hope looked lost there and he felt like he had to give it up. And then with the miracle beam and the knife, and like they always found a way out of it. But it's also having that strength to want to find that way out of it, right? There's always a way out of things, but it's like it's hard to always find that strength on your own. And he had someone there that really lifted him up, and he did the same thing for her, even though he probably didn't even think he was doing that in many scenes there as well. But it just that was my overarching theme of it too, because again he has no one else, and it sucks to have that shared trauma. But she does throw that in his face at one point of like, we can't constantly live in that. Like I know that's all we know, but we don't want that for Jacob. And it's just trying to move past that. Like my even coming more from a personal situation where I'm not sure if, I don't think my dad went through it as much, but I know my mom came, with my mom's side of the family, I don't talk to them as often because of some of the horrible things that they did to her growing up, and luckily she never treated me like that growing up. That change really happens with you, that when it comes to that, whether it's physical, mental trauma, that it doesn't have to continue. There is a different way to do things, and you can grow up and change your mind on that. And it's the same thing here, where, I mean, they could have been just as bad as Darkseid. Technically, in that last scene, Highfather was any better. maybe better than Darkseid at least, but like, still being an asshole. And they showed this kid nothing but love. You saw nothing but love between him and Barda, with him and Oberon in those few scenes. It was nothing but just really trying to be like, okay, this is a togetherness, and this trauma does not need to consume us. This is something where we can move past it and we can be better than this. So, which there were many points that without Barda, I do truly feel he would have actually given up and died. So it's just something, and maybe she would have done the same. I mean, if he would have truly had given up that son, because there was at a point where I was like, I know in my head I want to believe that they're gonna be like, hell no and fight Darkseid, but there is like some part of me that's like, I think he might actually do it and give him the son. Which it made me think about it made me sad about their relationship, because that would break her, and like, I don't think their relationship would have lasted through something like that. I don't think she would ever forgave him for that. So that's something where that's weighing all the options there. Although it would have been better to, obviously, giving up once to save a million, obviously, but yeah, that's why I'm trying to see if I wrote anything else, because I know when I was in the moment, I was like, I want to write my final conclusions. Him facing reality, because I do feel in that last section too, when I felt like what I liked is kind of Orion and Forge just showing him two sides of the coin there, like, like the hell and heaven when he's talking to them, and that it's just, always being able to be persistent there. And I mean, that's all he's known for, literally going back to his origins. Like, he's scot-free, he's gonna get away from it, and making, even with Granny Goodness and making fun of that. And but I like how, like, it's funny that Forge and Orion were supposed to be two sides of that coin, but then I actually wrote here that that you have Mr. Miracle, like, on that small, that edge, when a quarter stands up. I don't know how to explain it. He's like the ridges part, like he's like in the middle of like both sides.
Yep.
And like that, because he's basically, when he has the separate conversations with each of them, he's basically telling me, I know that's how it is, and I decided not to leave. And here I am, both, he's High Father of Heaven, but he's also in Hell. Barda went there with him, like, he's on Earth. He decided to just be and exist in it all and not try to escape anymore. And then I guess, and I understood a lot of the implications, especially, again, that beach scene's my favorite, because that's when you finally get the first glimpse of, okay, somewhat of an explanation of what Darkseid might be. But there's just so many poignant scenes in the book, and I think it all relates to perseverance. So that's where I was, where I kept going to, because that for a lot of people, unfortunately, and sometimes you can't blame them, but you do have to come to your own conclusions where that trauma does consume them, and they feel like, well, that's what my parents did, so that's what I'm going to do. And your life doesn't have to be written out for you in that way.
Yeah.
So, but that's my overall conclusion on that. I'm not sure, how did you, as a reread, like, was there anything like new you picked up on?
There were some things, just like how certain scenes impacted certain characters, like Barda and Orion, that I didn't necessarily catch the first time through, but like going back through with what I know now, it's like, it's a lot of very interesting reactions that they have to things that Scott does. Also, the fluctuations in reality.
Yes. Okay.
Get, like, the whole concept of what is real, what isn't. At first, the first time I read through it, it was a little confusing. But now that I know what it is, it's very much like it all makes a lot more sense going back through it, and it's such, like, I love this book. It's like the reason why I told you to get this when we first went to that comic shop was because it is one of my favorite books of all time, and it has a lot to do with psychological stuff that I know you like.
Yes.
So, like, yeah, it's such a good book.
No, I
um,
mean everything. I don't really have any negatives, honestly. I mean, you got the TV section. You can see the distortions. But the distortion is like, okay, you're watching a TV show, but it's also to be like, okay, what's real and what isn't, and that was to throw you off
mhm.
too. Just the artwork, the visceral, the face expression. Oh my god, the facial expressions were the best. It's like everything. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I have anything really a negative comment for it, honestly.
um, so do you have any theories about what was going on the whole time?
So, I mean, I do feel that because there are, like you said, there are some points where you're like, okay, is this even happening? Is he really talking to this person? What's going on? And the Oberon thing of that, I mean, as far as I see that, was a bit more straightforward. Of like that didn't happen. That was in his head, but it's just like I'm trying to think of a few other scenes, like you said, like you explained to me, Metron appeared because I wasn't even sure if that was like a dream or something because I didn't know much
Mhm.
about him. So I think it was
Well, he
also
even
not.
says like afterwards, like I thought I dreamed that. Oh.
Yeah. So maybe it just threw me off because then Barta barely like responded to it, um, and then even with like when she had the second kid, like I thought something was gonna happen to the kid because I was like, is she pregnant? Like while they're having this whole dark side fight, and then I'm just like, there was just certain things where I was just maybe I was overthinking, but I wasn't sure if. So do you mean theories like after it ended, like what happened after, or?
Like, because there's a lot of stuff that's kind of unexplained, of like what is reality, what isn't, and
Yes,
do
yes.
you have any ideas of like why all of that was happening?
Why? So I mean, I did. I'm definitely interested to hear. I mean, you explained the Superman thing, but even with the color of the eyes and like some distortions, like because if he had the anti-life equation, it's possible he could distort reality. So I thought maybe it was Darkseid doing that. Um, Especially that at one point, the whole point of the trial, which we mentioned, I know we touched upon it real quickly, but was when he confronted Orion. Orion like snapped. He didn't think that was gonna happen, but basically saying, like because the whole first two issues are Mr. Miracle just saying something's wrong with me, something's wrong with me. I can feel it inside. I don't know what it is, but something's not right. And when he approaches Orion, he's like, "Do you think this is happening to us because of this anti-life equation?" And thinking the anti-life equation is inside the two of them, which still wasn't really explained. And if his Omega beams could activate it, like I thought the anti-life equation was just something he could learn. Like, is it a physical thing he can activate? That's why, like, I didn't understand when it said, "Oh, when Desaad was like his Omega beams activated." I'm like, "What do you mean?" Like, I thought it was just like a knowledge thing. I was like, "Is it a physical thing he has to activate?" So like, there's a lot of things I just don't know with that. And then if the two of
The
them are the anti-life equation, like does he have to shoot them with the beams to activate it? Like I'm a little
the
confused.
anti-life equation is very vague and
Yeah.
changes from universe to universe.
Okay.
In the deceased universe, it is literally a zombie plague.
Oh,
Like,
okay. Oh,
it's
anti-life. You're an undead, I
yeah.
guess. Literal.
It means different things depending on whatever it is. Thing
Okay.
is, in the main universe, Darkseid rarely has ever had it.
Okay.
Um, would you like to know what happened?
Yes. Because I'm just like, because especially with the colors changing and all that, like that's something that I can't really think of a good theory for that.
So remember how I was saying that there's nods in this that it's not in regular continuity because uh, main like big characters are dying off.
Right, right.
Turns out this was in main continuity.
Oh, okay. So they all
This
were
is
being
in the
killed?
main universe. What happened was at some point, either before the book or when
Mm-hmm.
Scott attempted suicide,
Mm-hmm.
he got trapped. He got trapped in a specific uh, anti-life prison that Darkseid had created for him.
Oh, okay.
And essentially, there's this old story of uh, an old comic called "For the Man Who Has Everything," where essentially Superman gets to live with like both of his parents, like both sets of parents. Krypton never blew up, and everything goes really well for him. And then you realize that the entire time he's had this parasite on his chest called the Black Mercy,
Okay.
which this comic was adapted into a Justice League episode. Um,
Also, it's like definitely in continuity. Okay.
yeah. Um, and essentially, it trapped Superman in this world where everything was right.
The ideal perfect world that never is good.
Mm-hmm. So this was Darkseid trapping Mr. Miracle in a anti-life prison that was in his head.
So then is everything in the book not real then? That's what's confusing. Right? Because then that would be in his head.
All was in his head. Every single part.
Because that's what I was saying. Because so that's why they had to show the self harm early on. Because then the rest of the book happens from that. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Because especially with some of the characters I have, when you look it up, you're like, "Whoa, that's not how they die."
That's not how they die, or they don't die at all. Like
Orion or they don't die at all. Like, I mean, especially that
Darkseid doesn't die. Like,
yeah, I was about to say, I was like, Darkseid of all people. That's why, like, when they were going to him, I was like, oh, I was like, either one or both of them are not going to survive this.
After this book, Mr. Miracle escapes the anti-life prison, and we find that his personal life is very similar to what's in the book. Like,
oh, okay, so then that actually did happen. Some of it,
more like the relationships, like that we grew to love in this, are still that. Like him and Bard are the exact same.
Him coming from Granny Goodness, all that stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Just the only thing is they don't have their kids anymore.
I was supposed to say, I was like, oh, the children. Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah. But they do end up having a daughter later on, and they name her Olivia, so that she can live free.
Oh, live free! Oh my god! I know, because they had Jacob free. They didn't name the daughter in the end, right?
No, they never got around to it.
And then but he escapes shortly after that, anyways. And then they have an actual little girl. Okay.
But that's why Forager is like, this is like hell. You had a chance to escape. Why are you still here? And like there's a part where Scott doesn't want to leave because like this is kind of what he wants.
I was gonna say, I was like, that's his perfect world. He actually went against Darkseid. I mean, a lot of people died. I'm not sure if that's exactly what he wanted. I'm not sure if that's his ideal, but
that's also what the Highfather scene was hinting at when he goes like, "You faced the anti-life equation," like, because he's trapped in the anti-life prison.
Oh, so that's when Metron comes up and he's like, "There's another world that you could be a part of," and.
Well, that was before the Highfather scene.
Oh, yeah, that was before that.
Because the Metron scene happens right after he kills Darkseid.
Yeah, right after, yeah. Okay. Wow, that's so interesting. So, like, it's like a yes and no, because at least it wasn't all a lie, and that is who Mr. Miracle is in his life. He just didn't have those kids, and all those people are not dead.
Like, those specific events didn't happen.
Right.
But, like, he still has that relationship with everyone. Also, it's why characters acted out of character to make his life worse. Like Orion. Orion's a dick. He's not that much of a dick.
Yeah, that's all.
Like, Orion was a villain in this. Like,
oh my god, he was such an asshole. I could not with him. I mean, especially, I guess, more so with that kneeling scene. I was like, oh, that made me cringe. I could not with that. But now it makes sense.
The prison, like, making Scott's life worse as he was going through. And that was why things changed just constantly. Like the color of Barda's eyes, or the color of the shirt, or other things that are like distorted.
That's why I was like, it had to be a dream sequence. It was like having his own little like WandaVision, because it was just like I was like, it has to be some type of dream sequence, because like but some of those things happening, I was like, that wouldn't just happen, like, unless they were trying to make fun of like the whole TV aspect, because there was like the static, and then that was actually reality distorting. So it wasn't just like a static thing. But no, I mean, no, thank you for sharing your point of view as well. And actually, it just felt like, honestly, it's like almost like 4 hours. It didn't even feel like that, because I was so excited to talk about this book, having our first podcast. Everyone that came today, I mean, I think we started, when we created this channel, there were 2 followers, now there's 10. I see some people from my community. I guess some from yours must have followed as well. I have to refresh the follower list. But No, I appreciate everyone that was coming today and just listening to our podcast. Again, just always want to reiterate at the end of each podcast with the YouTube archive, because that's very important. Um, where more people might want to catch what we think on there, especially after you read it. You may want to go back to the podcast and listen to it again to hear our thoughts. And we'd love to see the YouTube comments. I'd like to see more comments there as well after the fact. Of course, always welcome when we're live. And that was a fun read for me. Hopefully you guys enjoyed us talking about it.
Yeah, this book is a 10 out of 10 for me. Easy.
Yeah, 100%. Like, literally nothing wrong for me. And getting to hear both of our sides. But we want to hear from you guys as well. If you have any comments, whether it's live or, again, like I said on YouTube, I'm definitely looking forward to reading that. Now this is something where I would love to come back to hear other people's opinions, especially after you read it. You know, and you come back to the YouTube channel.
And also,
as well.
even having heard the story, like, please pick this up, because
Yes,
it's such a beautiful book to own. Like,
yeah, and we just summarized it. Like, you're not gonna really get like the visceral reactions, the facial expressions, the emotions until you're looking at these panels yourself, and it's just Oh, hello. So we actually have some. Well, we're actually closing out here. It's our first podcast as the Comic Warriors together. My channel being Crimson Fury. This is the Wolverine 114, and we've known each other for years, and we decided to do a podcast. So our first topic was for Mr. Miracle. So we actually were just going through the whole book here.
Yeah, we just wrapped up Tom King's Mr. Miracle, and it was like,
so good. Talking about visceral reactions, the emotions, the facial expressions, the theories you can get from it, which thank you for explaining that about being more of the anti-life equation of prison. And also, I'm just a huge personal fan of Darkseid, so I didn't even know when you recommended it to me. I'm like, oh, it's all about Darkseid. I was like,
I think you had mentioned that while we were looking through books.
Oh, see, I didn't even know, but I don't think you actually told me that's why you recommended it. You're like, oh, just read this, it's amazing, but you didn't actually tell me it was because of that. And I was like, oh, this is like, I love Darkseid. So so we're gonna.
I think I had asked you, like, do you know much about like New Gods or Apocalypse?
Yes.
And you were like, well, I love Darkseid, but that was it. I was like,
yes. Yeah, because I was like, oh, I actually know a decent amount about Apocalypse and Furies.
I didn't know anything really about the New Gods either, aside from like, oh, they were Jack Kirby's big what's the word?
You said from Jack Kirby?
Yeah, like they were his big like passion project. And it was just like I didn't know much about this corner of the world, and like I'd seen the characters a little bit in like animation, but never to this extent.
Okay.
And even not knowing hardly anything, I still went in blind and loved this book. It's one of my favorite books of all time. Like,
so actually, I know in the chat here, I'm not sure. I could call you Tima. However you like to.
I have not read Miracle Man. I know that was, I think it was an Alan Moore creation.
Because they're saying it's currently being canceled. So again, just to do a quick intro.
It's a different character. It's
yes.
I think it's also DC. But,
yes, but just to do a quick introduction, I know you had just came in, so I was just mentioning our channels real quick. But the reason we want to do the podcast is because it's giving two different points of view. So our lovely Wolvie, as I call him, but Wolverine 114, he's been reading a smile. He's been reading comics for a very long time, and so more knowledgeable. Of course, some of these will be first reads for him too. And then one of the reasons that he wants to invite me and we do this together is for me. I'm much more of a gamer. I know anything with games you could ask me, but when it comes to comics, I just have not been able to be consistent. So on our podcast, you just get two different points of view. Me as a person who's new to comics in general, and then someone who's much more knowledgeable. So it's actually our first podcast ever.
Like a book club.
So yeah, and then we're doing basically doing a book club with the two of us. We will be posting on YouTube if you've read Mr. Miracle yourself, and you can see what we thought of it. And actually before
our next episode
please
is going to be TMNT The Last Ronin.
Yes. So we just
follow us on that. I would recommend picking that up. It's a great book as well.
I'm excited for TMNT. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
gonna be fun to cover.
So that will be March 1st. You could see our upcoming shows in the panels below. Right now, just for this one, we're not doing it until next month, but after March 1st, it'll be bi-weekly. So you'll be seeing every other week there. So after March 1st, we'll have the March 15th show as well, which will be the Daredevil Born Again. So, and then after that, we'll update for the next 3 shows. So again, we're able to cover everything. We're not focusing on only DC, only Marvel. There could be indie comics and other media that goes into that. If we're talking about Marvel, I know a lot of people are playing Marvel Rivals. There's the Marvel Midnight Suns. There's so much other media that could roll in, and upcoming trailers that we spoke about in the beginning. So basically, our outline is upcoming events, as like the Super Bowl is next weekend. They're going to have, like you said, Brave New World and Thunderbolts. They're going to be showing a trailer. Then we do
getting the trailer for Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four. Yep. On Tuesday, yes, and then March 4th is also the Daredevil Born Again TV series, which will also be happening to read the comic as well. So we talk about upcoming media, then we talk about the book itself, beginning, middle, end, give our overall conclusion, and we tell you what our next show is going to be. So yeah, we just have a bit of a long one till our next one, but after that, it'll be every other week. Because I at first I was like, let's do this monthly, and then we're like, it's going so well, and we were having such a good time with this. We're like, let's just do it every 2 weeks.
We may have to truncate how we do our breakdown, because
yes.
Because the next book is a lot bigger than this.
Oh yes. So like actually
and the fact that we went for 4 hours.
Yeah, so I was talking to the coolest about it. That's why when we spoke again, it's our first podcast. Apologies to anyone if this was too long or overdrawn, but it's we had to test things out because when me and Wolvie had spoke, we're like maybe we should cap it out at a certain time. I know some podcasts are like 1 to 2 hours, and I think four can be a little much, of course, but we could also like I've been in previous book clubs that they broke it up by like let's read the first 10 or 15 chapters and talk about it there instead of waiting till the end of the book. So we could always break it up by like that as well if you feel if we do it like that, then we could probably we could do it sooner.
You need to get to the end though.
Yeah, it would have been hard to do halfway. And because we have a whole month to our next book, I could finish the last Ronin as well. But if we're doing it every 2 weeks, I mean, it doesn't hurt to break it up. Depending on the book,
we'll figure it out.
Because comics tend to be like they tend to be in separate issues, so then we wouldn't even have to read everything at once anyway. But yeah, I thought about that too because I was thinking about that, and like you said, that maybe that if we have a time that we'll set,
we might just have to do like rather than breaking down scene by scene by scene, just like a lot of the key moments.
Yeah, that way, and then we could probably just shorten it because we did a full stream basically, but yeah, I was thinking like happy in around 2 hours at the most, just I guess for YouTube and stuff.
We'll see.
But yeah, but we could always look at that. So we're both very new to this, so hopefully any feedback. I was even telling some people before we were doing this, like just personal friends in our Discords, that that's the only way to evolve. So if there's any feedback on the YouTube comments, just even in the stream as we're live, like let us know. There's always things we could fix, how we could do it better. And we want to evolve, or this is something we're both looking to do long term, and I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to. Why can't I ban this person? Let me ban them.
Oh, I already got him.
Oh, you did. Oh, that's why I was like, why doesn't it let me? You did it.
Yeah. No, I already got him.
I was like, what the hell's going on?
I sniped the bot pretty quickly.
No, and that's another thing too. We'll get them on in here because this is I guess they see a new channel with a first stream and they're like, attack them. So we need to get someone on the bots. But yeah, I'm super excited for March 1st with TMNT The Last Ronin. Make sure February 9th is the Super Bowl that you hopefully, I know you said it wasn't confirmed, but trusted sources have shown for Thunderbolts and Brave New World. So yeah.
Very excited.
And Fantastic Four.
Thank you everyone for stopping by. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I think we had a great time here today, and we can't wait for the next episode.
Yes. So, the Comic Warriors will be out, and you have an amazing weekend.
See ya.